want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. No day for fantasy. Rage is like a wind, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards in the weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics. I'm your host, Jennifer Jennings. Is everybody able to hear me? Let me know. Make sure I'm not going to just, talk away and you can't even hear me. Today is my mother's birthday. Sorry, I was late. Today is her birthday and my daddy is sick. And I just got word that he does have COVID. And of course, my parents are older. So my weekly visit to my granddaughters, of course, will be tomorrow. So hopefully, ugh, I mean, my daughter just texted me saying that he does have COVID. My mom is supposed to play, she plays bridge with her girls, but she's going to have to quarantine. She can't even see to drive, and they are about 2 hours away from me, so I'm a little down in the down in the dumps about it. So, I'm going to yeah, thanks, guys, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. This title is about the green team, and I'm just tired. I'm tired of being called I'm not a part of a green team. I'm a part of an army that is desperately looking for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I feel like if I was not made cornered into having a team, I wouldn't be on a team other than just Sebastian's. And let me just let you guys know something. I don't know. There is a lot I feel like that is just out there that's misinformation. And of course, we can't debunk each misinformation that gets out there. I mean, that's all we would be doing, right? We would just be live all the time talking about all the misinformation that's just bullshit. And let me make sure that everybody understands something about this channel. I map the missing, I map people that aren't missing using an innovative way. And this is actually astrology is an ancient language. It's been around before the written word. And all I'm doing is using the geometric angles, and they're going to tell a story on the map. Whether you're missing or not, it's going to tell the story. That's what I do. I'm not a psychic. I'm not a medium, but at times I could say that I'm definitely psychic and I'm definitely a medium. And I think we all are. We all have an intuition. We all are mediumistic, but with our nature. All of our natures are this way. Thank you, Shauna. Thank you, Shauna. Thanks, guys. I mean, this is upsetting news today. My kids were going to go and surprise my mom, and I'm just going to try to keep my mind off of it for right now because I'm just a mess right now thinking about it. You can hear my voice. I'm trying not to cry. I love my daddy. And anyway, yeah. And like Shauna says, I mean, all we can do is speak the truth, use our energy for truth. Seth doesn't work with psychics. He doesn't work with mediums. He is still maintains his Catholicism. And just because he practices a religion that I don't practice doesn't mean that we can't be friends with Seth. Jeff and I are friends with Seth because we are locals. We've been on the case since the first week of March. I've been looking for Sebastian, and I've got 2 maps for him now. I've mapped Lily and Jack. I can't wait to show you guys the new stuff on the map where these witnesses that allegedly heard a vehicle. I'm excited to show you guys that, and I probably will today. Um, but we all do have abilities, and I do think that I also have abilities. I think we all do, though. I think we just Sometimes we listen to them, sometimes we don't. Well, you're not here, April. You're in Georgia. Or no, I'm not even gonna say where you're at. It would be nice if you was here, though, but you got all kinds of stuff going on in your life, girl. On the payroll. April is I love you, girl. Thank you. But, yeah, I mean, Seth doesn't if people come to me and ask me to give something to Seth, he's not really going to if it's a credible lead and there's an address to it, then he will, but there's a lot of misinformation out there, and people are saying that he's all into psychics and mediums and, spirit boxes and stuff, and he's really not. He's really not. He doesn't if I were to say, "Hey, this person had a vision," and okay, does that vision give them an address? That's probably what he would ask me. So, I just wanna make sure that we're all on the same page, like, I'm not a part of a green team. I don't condone a lot of the stuff. I have my own theories, I have my own views. I'm not an at night fan. I'm not a dog fan. Well, I am a dog fan, but you know what I mean. The dog. I'm not, I'm just not a fan of his. Never have been. I didn't grow up being a fan. Um, and the only reason why, we were even interested in going to the pig fest is because I'm from that area out there. I sold real estate out in that area. I'll be in that area. I mean, it's just there's other reasons, we were thinking about setting up a tent, but it sounds like other people are gonna set up a tent, which is great. They're gonna hand out flyers. I don't care what team they're on. Yeah, exactly. What is a green team? How did that I don't even know. Like I don't even know how this even became a thing. I don't wanna know why it became a thing. I think it's just, haters just hating, just being bitches. I don't know. I don't know. Red and blue, left and right. Have I got Crutcher Lake, Hendersonville, runs off of Anderson Road? Yes, Kylie, I'm gonna show that. And thank you for your thoughts. I really appreciate that. I'm not happy about my mom's birthday today. My daddy being, they need each other. They are, elderly and they've been together for a long time and they rely on each other. And, I just I don't know. Sorry to flip flop back and forth, guys. And I may still do that. If I have a call, I'm going to have to switch back and forth. But I do want to show you guys, maps. My mom is texting me now. They are calling in Paxlovid and said to take Claritin 2 times a day for the snot. Mucinex is needed. Bless his heart. My poor daddy. And then I hope my mama don't get it. We were just around them last week. And I mean, I was not feeling the best. Now I'm wondering if I had COVID and gave it to them. Shit. I don't think so. Mama said, anyway, I do think he's got the flu. So no, so tested positive for COVID, negative for the flu. But anyway, she thinks that he does have the flu, whatever. He's sick. That's all I know. He's definitely he's the most athletic elderly man that I know. He still goes to the gym every morning. Him being in the bed this morning, he's sick because he's in the gym every morning. He used to be a a football coach. He's a retired football coach, so everybody calls him coach. Coach. And they do live, in Sumner County and have for many, many years. Lots of people know my mom and dad, and they love them. Absolutely love them. They got a lot of friends, lots of friends. Anyway, I know that their friends will take good care of them if I can't get there. But, who wants to be around COVID? Yeah, he'll definitely need to be kept hydrated. So anyway, let's get back to this live. And my mom is a researcher. She's a diehard researcher, so I can guarantee you she's going to make sure that he is receiving all the nutrients, all the stuff that he needs to be receiving right now. Bless his heart, my poor daddy. He's like 6'5", strong man. So steamed pot of lemon, ginger, onion, drink it too, as long as it doesn't interfere with meds. Got it. Thank you, Shauna. Thank you, babe. Thanks, y'all. I really appreciate y'all being here this morning. Okay, so let's look at, I've got Lily and Jack's map. I was working it too, trying to put more stuff on it that I needed. So do we want to look at, let me ask you guys this. Do we want to look at Sebastian's map from the roadhouse or from his home? They're not gonna be too different, but it will. So any information that you're hearing out now, like, the other day I was showing, the Fairfield Inn, right? And then all of a sudden, hindsight, I was looking at their live this morning. I wasn't able to catch it whenever they did it, and she was talking about the Fairfield Inn, and I thought, "Damn, I was just showing that on the map." So, because we were looking at, like where that woman would have come over to walk in to go pee, and we saw that she could have walked over from the Fairfield Inn, from the Texas Roadhouse. And then hindsight shows that, we don't talk, so she didn't know that I mean, I don't think that she was in the live, she didn't say hi, but anyway. So y'all are thinking the Roadhouse? Okay, let me pull that map up then. So like I said, I got 2 of them. Unsave changes. Hold on, let me save this one. Just a second, y'all, and I'll pull it up. Y'all can see it. Okay. Looks like I've been working this one lately. Let me take off this tab. Here's ever address that is. Let me take it off. Hold on. Oh, I must have that in my compass. Hold on. Oh, okay, 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 okay. I know what I'm doing here. StreamYard. Let's share this. Let me just share my whole screen so I don't have to go back and forth, go back and forth. Y'all don't care. All right. Share screen. Make sure my audio is going to pick this up. Share audio, entire screen. Just in case we want to play a video or something while we're looking at this whole screen. If I see a railroad by that roadhouse or a church or school that's white, I'm going to pass out. Not really, but zoom in. Also gravel area near water of sorts. Okay. Yeah, just keep me posted here. Let me pull up my other device so I can see the chat. Okay. So this is the roadhouse. Let me zoom in. Let me take off the DA. Actually, I'll just leave the DA on for right now. Hold on. We're going to check this out first because I want y'all to see the Fairfield Inn. So is in the car, right? They're pulling out of the Texas Roadhouse and they go this way. It would appear out of the parking lot. It would appear that there's a woman that walks this way into the parking lot, meets up with Katie, I think, right through here. This is where the DA has his Pluto and Virgo. It's trying the moon in Capricorn. So his moon is going this way. The DA is reflecting about the transformation with Sebastian, and it's going this way. Okay. So this is the moon, his moon, and this matters because he's the district attorney. Okay. It's gonna have to at the end of the day, the DA is going to have to show up wherever Sebastian's at. He will have to show up, okay? So it would appear that she is going this way, right? Here's his Mercury. His Mercury is going this way. There's communications with 2 people, and that would be when they leave, they're gonna be able to listen to their conversation. And this is going to bring enlightenment. This Apollo that's going this way, where the car is going this way, this is the enlightenment of health, them leaving the roadhouse, okay? But this is the Fairfield Inn. So we got limited obstacles with the business and the communications, the video. There is a divine justice that is going this direction. And if you remember on from the from the property, this is where it's gonna go over the neighbor's house. So the DA, he shines in Aries. That Aries where he shines is going this way. Where he shines is going this way. And that sun, this geometric angle, there is a good standing. A trine is a good standing. And that trine with the north node in Leo is going this direction over the Fairfield Inn. And this goes all the way down to Puerto Rico, all the way down to Puerto Rico, down into all the southeast states into Puerto Rico. But the north node in Leo, this is where he is fated. The nodes, the north node, the south node, that's a fate. The south node, you've been somewhere before. The north node is where you're going. So this is where he's going with his fate, with children, with publicity. So he's going this way, okay? The DA gets shaken up here with possible evidence. Let's see, what does this say? The DA gets shaken up here with possible evidence and or groups networking video as Uranus and Leo trines Venus and Aries. So the DA is shaken up with video, with groups. Hmm. What is this exactly? What is that? Is this a trash? Yes. So I just want to make sure that I'm looking at because even though this may be insignificant as I'll get out, but there is trash here. There's a dumpster. Interesting. Interesting. There's a dumpster there. I wonder if they have done their due diligence with any type of investigation around the roadhouse. So he gets shaken up here. And see, it's trining Venus and Aries. So the Venus in Aries, even though the Venus in Aries is going this way, Venus is still a part of this angle. So we have to consider that Venus is a part of this geometric angle. It's a trine, right? So Venus can definitely represent things of ownership. Okay. things of ownership. There's a lot of action here. It could be, a vehicle. It could be a vehicle because Venus and Aries and it's shaken up with Leo and Uranus. I mean, it could be that somebody was in this car. Somebody was in a car right through here. I don't know. It's just could be definitely more than just what meets the eye here. DA, Pluto, and Virgo, the trine's the moon, so the Pluto is going this way. So anyway, I just wanted to show y'all. There's the Fairfield Inn. That angle. This is where he shows up and shines, shows up and shows out. The DA, that's who I'm talking about. Here's Drake's Creek. Here's Drake's Creek. Where's he going to show up and show out if we were to just follow this angle? It'd be right around here. Okay, so where are y'all looking? Drake's Creek Road is there. Anderson Road. I think I've looked at this. I think I've looked at the Anderson Road. It's not Anderson Road with, hold on, Anderson Road. Okay, so here's Anderson Road. Let me see if I've got any addresses here. Looks like I do. I want to see if I can show this. Hold on. Damn. Lots of addresses here. Okay, so that's Norman Lake. Okay. Okay, so here is Anderson Road. If this is where you're talking about, Kylie, you wanted to see Anderson Road. I think it was Yoda. Yeah, Shauna, I think it was Yoda. An asteroid with Star Wars. Get it, Jen, from Eric. What do you mean, Jeff? Okay, so this is Anderson Road. Let me show you. Here's Anderson Road, Jones Lane. Hold on, I've seen this before. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I'll have to look at my other map because remember this area, and I've got other addresses on my other map that I don't have on here yet. Isn't this where they said that a boy was seen walking? We could even go back to some of the older clips, but y'all, I'm pretty sure that this Anderson Road and Jones Lane, this is where the DA shows up and shows out. Good angle to find Sebastian on Publicity School. We've been here before. Okay. Huh. Or a park, really, because this would have that same angle with it's the same angle with the North Node that's going to Puerto Rico. Interesting. Interesting. Hold on just a second, Angel, for you. Remind me in just a minute. Let me look on my other map for Norman Lake because that's where we're at right here. And let me see if I don't want to dox anybody with addresses, so I'm going to try to be careful with that. Okay, so Anderson Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Let me turn on addresses. Yeah. Damn it. I wish I could just tell y'all close your eyes so I could click on that. Let me see if I can remember who lives here. No, I don't think. Oh, ooh, hold on. Let me turn my let me do that for a second. Okay. Okay. This is interesting to say the least. Okay. So I looked at that address. This is a physician. This is a doctor. It's a doctor that's a friend of Katie's. The friend of Katie's, her name starts with a D. Her husband is a doctor. Okay. So he's a doctor. Let's look at that. So I need to put Fountain Brook Drive. That's where he's at. Fountain Brook Drive. Let me write that down. Okay. Now, that's from the house. There's the missing. Okay. All right. So let me save this. I just wanted to make sure that this area I've got. Okay. Let's look at Fountain Brook. And look at that. Okay. This is where the doctor lives. Doctor and D live or lived here. How about that? Lived here. Because we don't know for sure. Live or lived here. And I'll change this later. Well, isn't that just interesting? Isn't that just interesting? So we get shaken up here, and we're being shaken up right now for sure. Venus and Aries. Look at that, honey. Look at that. So we got Anderson Road going up this way. Wonder who all lives there. Okay, now let's just focus on these two right here. So Melissa, SF, Seth. 10th house Eris and Aries trines Neptune and Sag. So what he doesn't see, what he needs to dissolve here. Okay. There's the missing. So the north node, when he goes missing, is fated here with the dark moon in Virgo. The dark moon was at his Vulcan degree. So this is very important. Lots of disordered aggression. Fated here. The 8th house, outer will, things that are hidden are going this direction. I wanted to see if there was anything else that goes over this house. But we're at Fountain Brook. This is interesting. The Tennessee 5th house, outer will, and Aries. So this is about kids. 5th house, outer will. Let's go down a little bit. Mm. There's Chris. Everybody is going to have a lot of warring here. Not the DA. The DA is shining here. He's getting a little shaky shake with his Venus. There's his Venus. There's the natal. Okay, so the natal Apollo, the natal Eris in the fifth house of kids, fifth house of kids, fifth house of kids. Sebastian's a kid. We got the Katie's here. Katie's also here. Of course, she's got a lot of warring. All of this goes up into Louisville, Kentucky, just so you know. And look at that. The FBI is also here. Interesting. Okay, so the FBI and the DA evidently have or will check into this dude and his wife. And it would make sense that they would because, I mean, they're friends, right? They're friends with Katie and Chris. So it would make sense, you know? The FBI descends here. So the FBI is descending with relationships and Aries here. And this is where the DA has value. He has value. There's value that's being held here. Something of interest with the DA with his Venus. But again, this angle with the DA is going to it's going through here, yes, but it's also going into Puerto Rico. Here's the deal though. What I know for a fact with the chart of Terry Bowersox is he descends, he's going to be right here. Terry's not on this yet. I haven't put him on this new map yet, but he's going to ride this line. He has a 2542 in Aries. The FBI descends with a 2542 in Aries, and that is going here, which is interesting because either I don't know if they still live here, but there is a public address, there's public records that show that there's the doctor and his wife would live here. Let me see if I can find his where the practice is. Hold on. Let me take that off just so you can not I don't wanna dox these people, you know what I'm saying? Because when nobody else needs to be brought into it if they don't. But we're just, we're just looking. Hold on. We're just looking here. Let me see where his practice is so I can show you guys that. Damn. I don't guess I have it on this map. Shit. God. Let me look at my other map. And I'm going to show you where the practice is. That way we can be on the same page with what we're looking at right here. Mm, okay. Okay. So this is very interesting. All right. I'm just going to show y'all this other map. Hold on for a second. Oh shit. Okay. Fuck. All right. So here's where we had the vigil. This is where the medical practice is, I think, allegedly. There's Costco's. Again, here is the medical practice. This is where we had the vigil at the church and had no idea that this vigil at the church was right next door to his practice or where he practices medicine. And of course, we've got a line coming over. But let me go back. Let me go back because this vigil on Forest Retreat. Let me go back to the other map. Your maps, Roadhouse. All right, now let's see if there's anything that's going to show up. Where's the retreat? Okay. Now, obviously, the lines are going to be different. The lines are going to be different coming from this direction. We've got a lot of lines coming up here. We don't have anything coming over here just yet. As I build this map, let's see. So nothing here yet. Let's look at it because it's going to be in the same line. Move to folder, compass. All right. What? Just looking at these angles, seeing what I got over here. So if they descend here with him going that way, they're rising going this way. Okay. See what compass bearing that is. So I can tell you. See, it's just so easy to it's so easy to work the map. People just make it complicated. It's really not that difficult. So it would be from that office. I mean, that's a 0 Capricorn. That's a 0 Capricorn. Interesting. Something would begin and end there. From there, 0 Capricorn. That's definitely Sebastian. Where's the natal? Yeah, that's his Pluto. That's his Pluto. The 270 is his Pluto. Right there. I mean, it's going right there. Over. So his Pluto, the natal Pluto, let me just tell you what this is. When I draw that in, the natal Pluto is going to go over um, the doctor's practice. It's going to go over the church, and it's a 0021 in Capricorn. So that means it's a 0 degree, 21-minute Capricorn in the second house, Pluto. Sebastian's values with a business, an older man, possibly even woman, but this would be about the transformation of values. And that Pluto being a 0021 is going to come over this and this, where we had the vigil. And I'm trying to think. So let's put on Tennessee. What is this area? What is this area anyway? Seth descends with relationships going this way. The natal Juno, there's a relationship that's going this way. Where's a TBI? Things that we don't see. What is this place of business here? What is this? Mm, okay. Okay, so let me y'all tell me if I'm tell me if I remember correctly. Was one of Terry Lynn's in the very beginning, was one of her see, I've gotta go back to both maps. So this is just a bunch of there's something up here. From leaving the Texas Roadhouse, that is, there's a relationship. What is that? Methodist Church. Good Shepherd United Methodist Church. It's Capricorn. There's a relationship. What is this? The Joint Chiropractic. No. But then we've got all of these businesses here. The state of Tennessee, though, let me just tell you the reason why I draw this Tennessee line um, is because a lot of times the outer wheel in Capricorn, their second house, it's about their values, what Tennessee truly values with their authority, with their resources, with their investigations. And a lot of times I have found that when people are found in the state of Tennessee, they can be found on this line. So I always do the outer wheel. Glenn, oh hey mama, y'all wish mama a happy birthday. There's my mommy, Jay Wood. Happy birthday, mom. Glenbrook Mall. So this is interesting to me. I'm thinking that the fourth house of the fourth house of home, there's a lot of energy going here. A lot of desires. And Katie, the missing. There's something up here. What'd she buy here? Missing Jupiter in the fifth house trines Cupid. So Cupid was in transit during the missing event in that first house. Jupiter was in the fifth, so there was an expansion. Where's that Jupiter going? Where's that Jupiter going? Let's see. Hmm, where's Chris? Look at that. Chris is right there too. There's a breakup with money. There's a shakeup here. There's a breakup. Is what is going on here? So I like this. Let's go. So let's just say that she left and she goes Vietnam vets. She gets off the interstate. Seth is right here too. So we have all parents. Okay. We've got all the parents. We got the natal. Well, that just did that on its own, so I can't tell you what just happened. Lens crafters. Hold on. Isn't there a picture of Sebastian and it says lens crafters? Did he get his glasses from here? I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure that out. Like, good God, what's going on here? Okay, so he took his glasses allegedly, but he didn't take any shoes. Okay, I got my glasses, just no shoes. I don't need any shoes. It's the middle of the night. Who cares? Yeah, that's not flying, man. That's just common sense. But of course, I've said that before, common sense, and then I don't, I get slapped in the face with, oh, like that type of common sense. All right. All parents are here. So Seth is descending. There is okay, so let's look at this. Let's look at this angle with Chris. Hold on. This isn't a hot spot. This is where I thought that they could have even did a swap. Hold on. Let me turn everybody off again. Hold on. Except Chris. I want to leave him on here. So is this angle, lens crafters, there's all kinds of places where you could shop. But admitos means that there is this breakup. There is a breakup, and Taurus is about money. Palace is about an investigation. So there's an investigation, a wake-up call with the law enforcement or with authority here. So let me back it up. You go back down. Hold on. So we can see that I've got other addresses here. It's this angle going over Station Camp. I don't want to dox that person. Let me see who this is. Hold on. Shit. Ah, okay. Ah, all right. So this is where the DA lives. Ah, okay, so this is, huh? His glasses said Nautica. Yeah, but there was a lens crafters. It seemed like in the bag, if I can remember correctly. I mean, y'all tell me if I'm wrong. I don't mind being wrong. I don't mind. So we've got another address up here. This is a friend. This is a friend. This is in New York. Interesting. The missing is also going up this way. This is the teacher. Hold on. The missing Selena in the 9th house conjunct Jupiter. So if he was going far, there's a teacher. We're learning something going this way. I don't know. I'm focusing on this with Chris. There's this breakup. Now we're going through Springfield, Missouri. Here's where Dog lives. And this is where the pastor from Long Hollow, this is where he's from. This is where he graduated in Reading. That's where he goes. I don't know. He travels quite a bit. The lead pastor at Long Hollow Baptist, right there by the Proudfoots. Stay here. Stay here, Shauna. It could be Angel for you. Like, I don't know. I don't know. So we've got it goes into Ohio, goes into Kentucky, into Ohio. Let's see. Put on the DA again because he was going this way. This is that moon, the moon that is going over. Okay, so the moon is going to Dog, the bounty hunter. Look at that. It's also going to Provo at Utah Valley. Look at that. Interesting. Interesting that the DA is going from the roadhouse over by where all that shit went down at the university, but it's also going over Dog's house in California. I mean, in Colorado. So that makes sense. Makes sense. So the doctor, the DA is going over that doctor's house. And then his north node, like I said, is coming down here to Puerto Rico, the British Islands. Okay. What else other place did y'all want to look at? What other place? Y'all tell me again. I think Angel, you said you wanted to look at where did you say? Angel, for you, what'd you say, babe? You wanted to look at Natchez Trace, maybe? Was that what it is? Where Natchez Trace. There's a lot of them, so I'm just wondering. There's the Parkway Bridge, Cottage, the parking lot. Okay, State Park. Okay. Let's look at this. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank y'all for telling her happy birthday. Love of her life is not feeling good, so that's not good. So we have missing lines, they're pretty close. And see, once I show you guys this, and then anybody that is familiar with Jack and Lily's, you're gonna see something different. You're gonna see different things because um how close these lines can get and go right over a home. Right over it, not like close to it, but right over it. KP said he visited his godmother. When did KP say that he visited his godmother? His godmom. Anything going to Illinois. Okay, yeah, we'll check it out. Okay, so this is it. From the Roadhouse, like, gotta remember that this is from the Roadhouse. I'm just going to turn everybody on right now that I have mapped so far. May not be an angle that's going to go here. So here's, let's go in a little closer. So here's Natchez Trace. Here's the state of Tennessee. This is where they rise in Sagittarius. There's a little shaky shake going on. Could have to do with a hospital, drugs, water. This is going into Lexington. Let's look at that. Get a little closer. Turn on addresses. Make sure I don't have anything near. But this would be, yeah, I do have an address there. Let me look at that. Hold on. Oh, shit. Hold on. Okay, that's in McEwen. That's in McEwen. Let me see why I've got that there. You know what? That could be where that place blew up. That's it. That's where the place blew up. Mhm. That's where that place blew up, y'all. Make sure. Yeah, this is where that place blew up, so I can show you this. Okay, check this out. Okay, so let's just for shits and giggles here, okay? What is the genealogy of Chris? I'm pretty sure he would be Scottish. I don't know. I don't remember. I know that they have stated that. If anybody remembers the heritage of Chris, please put it in the chat. Don't remember. So check this out. So this is where the explosion took place in Tennessee, okay? And let's just read it because this is interesting. This is coming the missing line. This is Palace and Sag. So when he is reported missing, Palace and Sag is actually in the 12th house. So we're looking for something in the past that's already happened when he's reported missing. Okay? Yes, you're right. I mean, I definitely have reservations on the other map. Yeah, I know exactly where you're going with this, Jay Wood. Yeah, I've got reservations on the other maps, and I think I did have quite a few that were going over, like even going up into Canada. But this is a trip. It says wake up call with investigations, churches, fires, rivers, long travels, challenges, hospitals, prisons, endings. In the tarot, this angle can represent the hangman. Surrender and sacrifice are themes with this angle, can represent opportunities to spiritually grow. This is no doubt an investigative angle. Quartz can represent the Sag energy. I think of the Hierophant here in the tarot. It's about a new perspective. It's about the quartz. Teacher, counselor who can help in learning, education. So there was what I can't remember how many people they said that were deceased, but it was like 16, I think. Like this thing it just exploded. Like there's nothing left there. Yeah, even the FBI can't go into the reservations. I think that they would have to have. Yeah, I don't know the law on that. I don't. So yeah, this is in McEwen. This would be if you were gonna go the back roads, like, look, you can see that 40 is right here. You can see that 40 is right here, Interstate 40, okay? So, this would be a way to go to Memphis, okay? This is 40, and if we just keep riding 40, Keep riding 40. We don't want to, let's just keep riding 40. Look, you see how 40 takes us to Memphis. There's Interstate 40. But Chris was staying here in Mississippi. I mean, it's still the same line. It's the same line and it's square in the sun. So let's look at that. It's square. The sun is in Pisces. So let's go back in because this is where it's going to get interesting when we start really looking at these angles. Let's turn everybody back off. Don't want to get everybody messed up about this. So here's the missing, and it's squaring the sun. The sun is going this way. So let's go back in. The sun is right here. Let's go further in. Okay, because what we are understanding is if we wanted to ride 40 down into Memphis, that angle, like I said, Palace was in the 12th house by the time he was reported missing. Actually, Palace was in the 12th house at 1:36 a.m. So whatever had happened prior. And the sun in Pisces is squaring. It's challenging right here. Here's Worsham's. This is where the sun is at. So there's a major challenge going on here with the investigation. There's Saturn, limits and obstacles. There's the DA going over Worsham's, over the beach market. And this is where he shares pain. The DA is sharing pain with the law enforcement, with long travels, possibly with a church. There's a church. Let's see what other churches are around here. Let's see what this is right here. Okay, this is the middle school. There's the middle school. That's, you can drive around, like Katie did, just looking forward. But here's high school, right? This is where Sebastian went to school. It's showing communications with two people. There's two people because Mercury is about two. Mercury is about the breath. It's about the thinking, the communications. Communications. Two people. And then you can drive through here. You can go to the middle school. There's the little shaky shake, things that have happened in the past. That's the middle school. We can see that Ward Lane is here. Now, if you wanted to drive Ward Lane, right? This is the way to get in from Ward Lane to the school, to the middle school, okay? So Ward Lane takes you down here, and it'll take you all the way around to come to Long Hollow. However, let me just tell you one more time that this right here, this alleged property, there's a creek, there's a gate. You can't go that way. You can't go this way. So even though it looks like a road is coming up here that you could drive, it's not. It's not. It's like I said, I mean, I think it was Michelle After Dark put that on there, and it's just not. You can't get there. That's private property. I've walked it. Private property. The church owns it. The church owns this. So here's the middle school. Here's the high school. And then we've got beach. But this is where the church is. This is Long Hollow Baptist Church. This is the big, big, big church. The big mega church. And we can see that the DA has lines going over that. But it does go over the Worsham. So, when we hear all the chatter about Mama Socks being here, then we heard from the law enforcement. There was no video, but you can see that his line is riding that creek, the creek back there, where he shares pain. The expansion. That doesn't look good, does it? I don't know if I've put anything there yet or not. No. Missing Saturn. There's that missing palace. Okay. So same thing would be for there. All right. Let me look. Let's see. State of Tennessee is way out here in the back. So you'd have to walk way back there. This is where the state of Tennessee has their Pluto in Pisces. Going from the Texas Roadhouse, of course. Okay, let me see this now. So this Saturn sextile Jupiter. Let me go back, turn all this shit off. Hold on, I'll look at the chat here in just a second. So that's going to Memphis. And this is opposing Memphis. Big station camp. We've already looked at that. Tunnel, Rock Bridge. Shit, I don't have my addresses on. Okay, let's see. Hold on, here's that. Let me see who that is. Shit, okay. Same address as it was before. Okay. Up near Greek Middle School. I don't know. Hey, Lady Freedom. Hey, honey. Good to see ya. So I'm gonna turn these off for a second. I wanna take you back up because we stopped. So that's going over Latimer. Keep on going up. You can see that we get into White House. But this is what I want you to see. Chris's sister lives right there. She lives right here. And that's what I'm talking about. If we go over, it should be pretty close to that address, if not going right over it. See how close the missing Vulcan conjunct Mercury in Pisces. So this is the Mercury. What is Mercury? Mercury is about siblings, right? It's about siblings. It's about communications. Mercury was in Pisces in the 6th house. It's about health, medications, things of the past, prisons, hospitals, and this is going right by her house, which is very interesting to me because as it goes over her house, this is the same line that is going over what we just looked at. There's the palace. Here's the DA. And the DA, this conjunction of his Jupiter with his Chiron's pain. It's where he is sad. He shares pain here. That conjunction is her home is sitting right in the middle of this conjunction. Mm. This is going to Memphis, right? Remember, this is going to Memphis. So it's this angle, okay? It's this angle. Let's just show you. Don't want you to go ahead and put this in the All right, so it's this home. This is Melissa, that blue one. There's the missing palace. Look at that. Do you understand what I'm doing here? Do you understand what I'm doing? So the long travel with Palace and Sag that gives a shakeup, that challenges the sun in Pisces. That's Chris and his sister. That angle is representing Chris and his sister. Do you understand? This angle is showing that the sun is shining on them too during this period of time. And this is from the roadhouse. So when they leave the roadhouse, this isn't in the middle of the night. It's not in the middle of the night. This is from the roadhouse. As soon as they pull out of that parking place, this is what the map is capturing. The investigation with long travels is squaring the sun in Pisces. Miss Melissa, Mr. Chris, this is these angles that, we just got to. Now let's see if we can find any more addresses that's going on this angle. So we could, I know that there's one right there. I think that what was that? Is that the one in McEwen? Yeah. So that's the one in McEwen. It's going straight into Memphis. Chris's campground in Mississippi. Now we're going up into Evansville, Indiana. We're going into Illinois. Oh, oh, we got another address here in Illinois. I bet you can guess who that is. Let me make sure that make sure I don't have a name on it. Of course I don't. Of course I don't. Well, shit. But still don't want to show you the address because it's just like I said, it's an address. This is interesting because this is going into, like I said, Kentucky, then Evansville, Indiana. then into Illinois. Let's just keep on going. See if we have any more addresses on this one. Of course, I have tons of addresses on the other one. Okay, so Jay Wood was talking about reservations, and we have, let's just look on this line because this one's going over. This is where we really want to be focused. Deer Lake. There's a Red Lake Reservation, Leech Lake Reservation. This could even be about a higher learning. Hmm. Goes up into Canada. Let me see on the other map. Let's look at the other map. Hold on. Let's look at the other map because I want to see if I've got that angle drawn in on that one or if it's just this one. Yeah. So I've only got it on that one. So it's actually, so this palace, where's the sun? There it is. Look at that. Okay. 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 Look, this is about to, I'm about to, okay, I'm about to explain something about this angle. Okay. So we've got this angle that is going to Memphis, right? It's going to Mississippi. That's Palace and Sag, right? Then we have the sun. The sun is squaring. A square is a challenge. You're being challenged. Chris is being challenged with the sun. Where's the sun going? It's going over Melissa's home. I mean, it goes over other places, but it goes over her home. Okay. So what I have here is a square going this way. A square is a 90-degree angle, right? And so the sun is also going to what? It's also going to be challenging going this way. This is also going to be a square. Interesting. Basically, it's going to be like a cross with a square. So it's going to come down, up and down into Indiana. Let's go deeper. Hold on. So I'm going to show you her house on this one. Because we got two maps, we can just keep on. Of course, I've got a bunch of addresses here. Hold on. Where is her house? Oh, it's further up. Hold on. Okay. So here's the other map from his home. Okay, so this is from his home. There's the sun. You see how pretty close? I mean, it doesn't, it's still, even though it's from two different places, they're still pretty dang close. But this is where the sun is shining. It's shining on her. The Saturn of business. And I hate it because there's businesses right through here by her home, business here. There's a sanitation place, a dump. What is this business here? I don't know. 102 Center Street? What is that? That's a business. Limits and obstacles here about the transformation of health. So this line is going right over her house. The sun and the Saturn were conjunct. There's limits and obstacles with the way that we're shining here with Pisces, with drugs, possibly prisons, hospitals, things of the past, charity. See somebody else's home right there. There's Hogan's Branch. And from here, this could be where he hid under a car if he did. Okay. All right. So what else? Where else do you want me to look at, y'all? Let me go back to the roadhouse. I got caught up right there. Sorry. Caught up with that angle because that angle is it's telling a story. Let me show y'all something while you're thinking about it. Just so it are any of you in here, say yes or no, familiar with the Jack and Lily case? Anybody? Okay, so Donna is saying yes. That's where was searching with Leanne on phone for a new, let's see. Hey Jen, what about Taos, New Mexico area? Place called Pangea Academy. Pangea Academy. Hmm. Taos, New Mexico. Wonder if I've got somebody's address right there. Don't see any, let's see. No, it's not pulling anything for me. No. Okay, so I wanna show y'all. I wanna show you Lily and Jack. I started to draw something that looks like hold on. What was that I was looking at and drawing here? I think it's Canada. Yeah, Canada, their 8th house. Let me go ahead and finish drawing that. 5 and 6. Let me just Canada. Okay. Now, are y'all familiar with the newest information that is coming out with these 2 neighbors? These 2 neighbors that happen to know each other, allegedly, I don't know for sure. This is just what I'm hearing. These 2 neighbors that know each other by the last name of Smith and Wong. They are saying, or they have said, that they heard a loud vehicle in the middle of the night. They came out later in April. Kids go missing in May. They come out in April, somewhere around there, and they say, "Oh, we heard that there was we heard a loud vehicle." Well, check this out. These 2 cats that said that, let me go ahead and put on the addresses. So I'm wanting to know who lives here. This is the Wong dude, okay? This is where Justin was staying, Justin Smith. This is where he was staying. But I remember, do y'all remember Natasha Haywood? She informed the RCMP on May 31st that she said that her and her son were driving, saw 2 kids holding hands. Okay, well, regardless if it was them or not, or I still have that on, I still put it on the map, even if it's just chatter, I'll still put it on the map. Okay, so let me show you first, because when me and Leanne, another creator here on YouTube that lives in Canada, when she and I were discussing this, I didn't know that Wong would live here. I did not know that. I just, I told her, I said, the craziest thing is that there's got to be somebody here. There's got to be a neighbor. Okay, so turns out that he's living right here. He allegedly heard a car going up and down, said he could see lights. Of course, the RCMP is saying we've got thousands of hours worth of video. We don't see a vehicle going back up and down the road. Okay. So anyway, he lives here. Justin is staying here. These people know each other, allegedly, and allegedly they both say that they heard a loud vehicle. Interesting, huh? Well, let's look at the lines. Okay. Let's just look at the missing line. This is where I think that they are talking about that the 2 kids were seen. Nothing is coming over here. I don't know exactly where he was staying. He's staying somewhere. This camp, I was told, was closed, but yet this dude was here, and I don't understand why. Like, I'm so confused. So if anybody knows why this dude, Justin, was staying here, um, uh, the night before and the morning of, he's supposedly here somewhere in this area. And maybe it's just right here. Let's just put him right here. Uh, Let's just put him right there. If he was allegedly staying at this campground somewhere. The law enforcement expands communications here. Are we looking at the 2 siblings? Past communications with courts, long travels, church. Yeah. Not sure why he was here. I don't understand it at all. I don't understand. And then if we go a little bit further, his girlfriend or his mother, one of the 2, this is either his mom or his girlfriend's house. This is the one that gives me the heebie-jeebies, okay? This is either his mother's or his girlfriend's house. I'm gonna show you the girlfriend's too. This is, again, we're looking at Justin, the dude that was allegedly at the freaking campground that's closed. Oh, so we've got missing heiress, conjunct Chiron. So there is a head wound, possibly a fight, an argument. This 10th house is the public image during the time that the kids are reported missing. Okay. This is where the public image is going. Look at that. We've got Lily right here. There is a justice. There's a justice right here with the warring. There is a justice. Astray, she is a justice. She's about health. She is the constellation of Virgo. I've got Malaya and Daniel turned on, and I'm gonna show you where they show up here. There's Nova Scotia. It's a lot of energy coming here, but also leads. Leads come through right here. I've got Nova Scotia Ceres conjunct leads coming in 6th and 7th house of Aries. So there's a lot of communications. The 6th and 7th house of Aries is about health. It's about relationships. That Aries could be about a vehicle. All of this Aries energy could be about a vehicle. Okay. All right. So let me back it up. Now, there's Jack. Jack's dark moon in Taurus is fated with Venus and Libra. So there is an angle right here with Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily are actually riding the same line right there. Okay, this angle with Jack is going this way. So the angle with Jack is going this way. The angle with Lily is going this direction up here. It's always important to look at these angles too, because they can give us a little, a little something, something. Jack's dark moon. So Taurus would be about money. It would be about things of ownership, things that we could find of Jack's. It could be about money. It could be about if he was here, if we were looking for Jack here, we wouldn't want to look for him in a contained anything contained. We would want to just look out in the open fields to see if we could find him or see if we could find anything of evidence about him. And it wouldn't be contained. So we're not actually looking in this body of water. We're looking outside the body of water because it's in Taurus. All right. And so Lily, she gets shaken up here about money, about pleasure, because Taurus could be about pleasure too. Could be about things of ownership. It could be about just the land, that wide open space of the land, but it could be about money too. I mean, if the kids were sold, emotional explosion about school, attention, challenges, groups, money, value. Now, this is where Canada has their second outer wheel, their eighth in Taurus, but you see that this is a Scorpio Taurus axis. So if we are looking at the Scorpio Taurus axis, then yeah, we could look right here, in any type of swampy anything, because this is the actual axis of the second house of outer wills, looking for anything of evidentiary value about the death, rebirth, regeneration of the children. That would be, yeah, Jack is getting shaken up here, going this direction. All right, so cemetery. I wanted to show you the girlfriend's house. Okay, so I'm thinking that this is the girlfriend's house, or it could be vice versa. This could be the mom's, either Justin or his mother. And I want you to see how the lines are going right over his home. And Malaya, with all of her problems, with her children and the communications, are going right over his home, the girlfriend's home. This is where Canada has enlightenment about two children, about communications, and it's faded with their IC in Capricorn. So we want to see that IC in Capricorn because it looks like it's going to be faded with it. And it's going this way. It's going this way. Now we're getting into some juice. You know what I'm saying? There's the old man's house, Earl Martell, I think that's where he lives, somewhere around here. Now we got Daniel. Hmm. You see what I'm saying? Now we got Daniel. We got the missing event. We got Daniel. We got Canada. This is where they have their lowest point at home in Capricorn. So we're either looking in the woods or we're looking at a business, we're looking at an older male. Daniel's Venus conjunct Mars and Virgo is trining the dark moon. So the dark moon, all of Daniel's disordered aggression is going this way. All of his darkness, all of that disordered aggression with work, with things of the past, with his dad, with authority is going this way. All of that is going this way with the missing Cupid. So the Cupid, all the desires, the sun was shining on Taurus. The sun is shining on money. Money, honey. Pleasure. Money and pleasure. Things of the past. Going this way. And I'm pretty sure that that's where his father lives. Here's Lily. There's Lily. Let's see. From the house is going this way. Hmm. This is allegedly where there was boot prints. Somewhere around here. It could be right here. It may not have been this far. It was somewhere around, right around here. There was allegedly boot prints that they said could have been Jack's, may not have been. This is where the blanket was found. So this is Jack. Lily's up here. There's a relationship with Lily. There's some type of relationship with Lily here. Has to do with the courts, possibly long travels, possibly I won't even go there. I was gonna say possibly a judge. The judge could live somewhere around here, you know? I don't know. There's definitely a shakeup with Jack right through here, and that's where the blanket was found. I mean, tons of woods, y'all. You know what? But that's right. The Mars and Sag, that could definitely be the train. The Mars and Sag could definitely be the train. Would they have been drawn to the train? I don't know. There's a relationship. Okay, so a relationship with the law enforcement, that's where they find that. Okay, that makes sense. Makes sense. I hope we don't. Hope. I hope we don't. But if we do happen to bump into people, I just hope it's a good bump and not a bad bump. Um, Lily and Jack, though, sometimes I think that something really bad happened to him. I want to just show y'all Wong though, because this is what we look for. I mean, here's his property. The other dude, there's his property. And this is the outer wheel. This is the 11th house of groups with Canada and the opposite inner, but it's in Leo. So this is about children. It's about publicity, groups, networking, internet. There's his property. Here's Daniel. Daniel's Jupiter in Leo is fated with Juno in Capricorn. So this is about a relationship. What he learns or what the law enforcement learns about the kids that's public is fated with a relationship in Capricorn, possibly Woods. business, authority, older man. There it is. There's the relationship. You see how it's going right near his home, if not going right over it, but it's going next door for sure, right in this area. This energy with Leo opposes groups and kids, anything on the internet or networking related. Emotional explosion that's public with health, possibly school or education related in Leo. Huh. Jack's health. Jack's health with school, with publicity. It's all going this way, right by dude's house. And so this is the reason why before I found out that he lives somewhere around here, it could even be right there. I don't know exactly where this guy lives. I'm wondering if it's right here because I would like to know exactly who lives here, and let me show you why. I've got who lives here. This is why. You got Lily going right over his this home. What she learns here alters her health. Who lives here? This is next door to 97. What address is this? Because if anybody can find this out, y'all let me know. So this would be 83, Lansdowne Station. What she learns alters her health. Malaya's Venus in Capricorn is fated with Selena in Leo. Let's look at that Venus in Capricorn. It's going that way. It's going this way, right? It's going up here again. Where's that Venus going, girl? Where's the school at? School is okay, so that's not it. That's cemetery. And we could keep on going, but anyway, I don't want to get lost up in that. Hold on. Stay focused, Jen, because it's these areas that I came down and started putting hotspots because they're too close. They're just way too close, and they're telling a type of story that gives me the heebie-jeebies. But if I wanted to stop here, I mean, obviously we could go way up here. There may be some evidence through here in this dense woods. But damn, I mean, it's going right over this house, not this one, but this one. Lily, Jack. So Malaya, Lily, there's Jack. Jack's Vesta in Virgo is here. It's about the flame of life that reignites the flame that keeps that health going, right? You got a breakup. There's a breakup with two or more. This breakup, this missing in Betos in Gemini that's going over that campground where Justin was supposedly at. Both Daniel and Malaya have this degree in their chart, y'all. This was in transit when the babies went missing. This 336 is found in Malaya's chart. It's in Scorpio for her. It's about hidden sex, other people's money, things that are hidden with the investigation. It was in transit when they went missing. Oh, can't make it up. I cannot make it up. There was a transformation of health. So there's this breakup with communications with two or more. It's going to be with these two kids. And then we got Canada. Canada's Mercury here in the 11th house of Virgo. So it's about how they bring in money. Could be this. I don't think I can show it yet. It's not going to show because there's some Capricorn energy here. It could be this, could be the woods. Yeah. Could be an older man, an older person here. But it could also be these railroad tracks. Capricorn could be that railroad track, how they bring in money. Because how they bring in money in that 11th house is actually going to oppose the 5th house of kids. I've got the angle square Selena in Gemini because what we learn here about the kids, about communications, this could be like surreal when they are found. especially if they are found anywhere right around here. And then we got Daniel, his Venus conjunct Mars in Virgo. So there is a lot of things that if let's say, if you're on the side that Daniel had something to do with it, whether or not he did or not, the Venus and the Mars are going this way. So if we were to find any evidence with a vehicle, with anything relating to Daniel, we would be going this way because the Venus and the Mars are going to, and there's a darkness with Capricorn. So that Capricorn again, we're looking at this. It could be the railroad tracks right through here. I hate that. Canada's North Node is coming right here. They are fated here. And it opposes the fifth house of kids in Pisces. So endings, hospitals, drugs, prisons, a past offender. Malaya's North Node is this way. Canada's is this way. So both of them are fated here. Damn. I really like this, how this is telling a story here. But it's going, I'd like to know who lives here. So if anybody can find that out, even if you watch this at another time. So the missing North Node is going the other way. Where we've been before, we're going here, but where we've been here before. The South Node is here. We've been here. I wonder if they're okay. So I'm just going to start speaking out loud here. If y'all don't know anything about this one, but look, this Canada Juno in the 12th house. Conjunct the ascendant. I'd like to know if this person has a past record. Because I say that because Canada's Juno in the 12th house, relationship from the past that gives Canada a conscious raising experience. Canada also rises here with justice. Leanne and I meet them here. Well, hell, let's meet them here then. Jack's Venus and Libra is here. Ugh. Malaya has a relationship here. And that's the first one that we would come to. Let's see, it's right here. Let me move up. I don't know, y'all. That could be a past offender. There's also water right there. I think I might have circled that as a hot spot. Yeah. Just because there's water here and Canada is coming right here with Lily. Jack's over here, but yeah. Yeah, she could have been. Yeah. She definitely could have been. But I don't think I don't think that they're on that property. I just don't think that they're on the property. I'd like to think that that they haven't been sent all the way to damn California, Maine, anywhere in the States because I mean, I do have them coming out, but I just don't. Malaya just acts, she just doesn't act like a mother that's got a missing kid. It's kind of like Katie, kind of like Katie. Don't appear to have a missing kid. Let's go back to Sebastian's. Unless y'all want to stay on Lily and Jack. I just wanted to show you guys how, you know, um, the lines are going over where you would expect them to go. This is one of the reserves, and they're going where you expect them to go. They're telling the story, and that's what we wanna see with Sebastian's chart, with his map too. We want to see that this is telling a story. It's telling a story of what could have happened, where he could be found. The state of Tennessee is going here as well. They rise here, but they descend going this way with 2 or more, with communications, so they rise to the occasion going here to Chris, but they get messed up when they start going this way with communications, they don't do well. There's a sheriff's office, and the state isn't the sheriff, okay? Let's just make sure that we all understand that this one that's going from this is from the roadhouse, the Texas Roadhouse, and it's going this direction, and they don't do well gathering evidence, gathering communications. And the state of Tennessee is not, it would appear to me, because the Sumner County Sheriff's Office is right here, and we have the state of Tennessee not doing all that well going this direction. It would be with 2 people. It would be with the 2 people here with the communications. That's what it would appear. Letting go with higher learning, resources, and communications, there's a breakup here. And that bothers me because it's right there on that line. As far as Illinois is concerned, let me go down. Let me see who hold on. Okay, so this is the landfill search. Okay. I just wanted to make sure before I don't wanna dox people, really. This is the landfill search. The missing Vertex and Aquarius, there's an intense experience with groups here going to this landfill. For Seth, this is his 8th house, South Node in Aquarius. It's about death, rebirth, regeneration. There's a lot of transformation that takes place here with him in groups. It's where he learns things about this search. And the natal Saturn in Virgo is fated here with the 3rd house Neptune. 3rd house Neptune. All right, so check this out. All right, so they were talking about, I think that they were Illinois. Pretty sure. Let's look at Sebastian. I got a bunch of them. So John and Lori, I've got their charts too. I was looking at them this morning, just seeing, but I didn't pull him and Illinois up. But we're going to talk this out for a minute. I know I've talked about it before, but we're going to do it again since it's being mentioned. So we're going to look at Sebastian in Illinois just to see if we can see anything. Control show 0. Let me pull up my pen. All right. Okay. I'm sure Illinois was in transit when they did this, when they did their little live. Just like Daniel Martell's in transit right now. Can't make it up, man. Okay. Does Illinois Have anything that I see right now that is going to go to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Let's see. Don't I don't see anything. I do see his family. I definitely see his family. As far as the degrees in the chart and the connections to these degrees in the chart, I don't see anything right off the bat. I don't see where there's any type of connections. 24. Pretty close, but I don't see the connections. Doesn't mean that he couldn't be found here, but y'all know how I am with these degrees, and it just I can definitely tell, like, if I'm reading your chart and I say, "Oh, you connect to this state," and then you're gonna be like, "Oh, yeah, I've been there before, this what happened." I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, it's showing up. That's your connection." But there isn't a connection to Illinois. Now, remember when I was showing you the DA and there was some connections that were going to Utah, to Provo, Utah? Let me look at that again. I wanna see again who shows up there. This is where Seth descends with relationships. There's Utah University. Let me go on to my other map because this I've got just so much more that I've done on that one. I think I looked at this yesterday, actually. I think it's just gonna be the same one. Okay, so Salt Lake City, the TBI is definitely showing up. So is the FBI. Chris and Katie are riding that line right here. Remember that line that left from the Texas Roadhouse that's going over Lensmasters, the little strip mall right there. But here's the deal. The one that I didn't draw in, that I need to draw in now that I'm looking at this, and I'm about to get, I'm pretty sure, let me look. Melissa also rides that line. Hmm. Melissa, okay, so I want you to think back, like where we were just at, where we were looking at the strip mall coming from Texas Roadhouse. Remember? So that area right there where Chris and Katie are riding a line, so is Melissa. But Melissa has a relationship here from the past. There is a relationship from the past at a business. So that means that if we were to go back, hold on, let me go back because I don't want to lose you guys here. So there's a relationship with Melissa. Melissa's Joe conjunct South Node and Capricorn. Been here before with a relationship. Okay. Come back to the Roadhouse. Watch this, y'all. It's the one that I just haven't drawn in yet. That's okay. That's okay. I'm going to. As soon as I get off this live, I'll definitely, this is very important, I think. It is for me right now. This strip mall. So we're going right here. Look. Let's just for shits and giggles, let's just do it like this. Okay? Here's the Roadhouse. It's this one right here where Chris and Katie and Melissa are riding the same line, but Melissa has a relationship. Melissa has I like this area going this way. Okay, so this is a park. I wouldn't expect this to be Capricorn unless we're in the woods. Unless we're in the woods. So we're gonna go here. There's woods. Okay. This is a park. This is a park. Hold on, let me think about this. This is a park. Y'all, this is like a skate park. If I remember correctly. I've been here before. There's a neighborhood. Hmm. I don't know what those things are. I'm trying to see, but I know that that's a dumpster. Chris and Katie and his sister are gonna ride it, y'all. Yeah, skate park. You see Chiron. So the state of Tennessee is sharing pain here. Natal second house Venus in conjunct Jupiter. I mean, we're leaving the roadhouse, right? But this is where the state of Tennessee, all of their values and the missing. This is the DA is here. I want to look at this. It's Chris and Katie and his sister, and the state of Tennessee's values are here. All right, what is this? The God-Why Church. The God-Why Church. That's what that is. I've got it. Yep. The God-Why Church. Hmm. But they're up here. Tennessee is down here. Okay. It's right here. I mean, there's going to, so if we have a relationship here, what relationship, if this is where we're gonna stop and say, okay, this is where it could be all out, these lines go all the way out to freaking California. But if we stop it right here from the Texas Roadhouse, but we know that Lens Crafters is right here. Tennessee's right here. Let's look at this one. There's Kroger's. Staples, Petco, Kirkland's, GameStop, Edible Arrangements. I love that place. I love that place. Edible Arrangements. Edible Arrangements you can deliver. Like, you know, my mom's birthday is today. I was thinking about delivering her some edible arrangements, but my kids were going to go out there and take her a little something something, but my dad's sick, so that's a no-go. And we've got Fantastic Sam's, we got Lens Crafters, we got Home Goods, Ross, There's somebody here if this there's a relationship here with Melissa. Is that her husband relationship? Is that her husband? There's Ulta. We love Ulta, don't we? There's Target. There's Shoe Carnival. Hold on. Little relationship. There's the World Market. Now where are we? Hold on. We're right here. There's the little man. We're looking at Shoe Carnival, Maurice's, and then there's Steinmart. Oh, God, I hadn't been to Steinmart in forever. Forgot about Steinmart. And the DA is writing a line here with the natal. So Seth descends here with relationships, with a business, with authority. Chris and Katie, Chris has a shakeup when it comes to money here, possibly a receipt, something of evidence. Melissa gets a little shaky shake with a relationship here at a business. This is where Katie hides something. And there's a burden here with money or something that she bought. She's bought something, maybe. And that this is, I think that this is a little bit more important than I realize. Okay, so especially coming from this direction. So leaving from his house, it was a whole different ball game. I couldn't find a lot of businesses right there, but you can here. And of course, the first business that we're going to come to is a big ass strip mall. I mean, come on, man. There's a church, but I'm not really looking for the church. Let me go a little bit closer in. The state of Tennessee is here. Let me make sure that there's, I would think that these are houses and they're not businesses, but you know how that goes. Hold on. What we got here? EXP. So this is for sale. There's the God White Church. Okay. I don't think I'm really looking for the church. I'm looking right here. I like this area right here. Chris and Katie. What is this? Hinder. Okay, so this is a business too. This is a business. Dentistry. Okay, so this is the dentist office. The church. Taco Hell. Okay, so this is Taco Bell. Dentistry. And chiropractor. Okay, so these are businesses too. Seth is descending with these businesses. I'm just wondering if she went this way, which we don't know, right? If she went this way, did any of these catch her and him on camera? They're allegedly communicating, right? Her and Sebastian leaving from Texas Roadhouse, they're communicating, they're talking. I think it's like a 10-minute ride home. I'm thinking, maybe they talk for about 6 minutes. Is that a pre-recording? They are in electronics and communications. I mean, she excels in that, even though she didn't have a Ring camera, whatever. I don't know, there's something here, I think. I think there's something here. Melissa would have a relationship. She would know someone, unless this is her husband that would be riding this line too. And I do have his chart, but I haven't added him in. That would be interesting to see if he falls in that the same lines, you know? Dang. Let me keep on going. Let's see. We got businesses here. Oh, hold on. Calvary Chapel, Goodlettsville. So that's a church. The DA and Sebastian are here. Let's see what this is. This is in Goodlettsville, Madison Creek Elementary. Madison Creek Elementary. I'm not thinking school. I'm thinking that there's a business, an older man. So now we are in Goodlettsville. This is Licton Pike, Dickerson Road, I-65. 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 Okay, so this is the next good businesses that we're gonna come to, okay? They're 65. Didn't Chris say anything about, all the interstates and where the cameras are and all that stuff? Didn't he say something about 65? I wish I could find it. Hold on. Let's look at that. What business is this? Ah, a trucking business, okay. We got storage. Hold up. Hold up. Hmm. C&C Commercial Warehouse. Carthage, logistics. Okay. So there's a relationship with Melissa. I just gotta keep reminding us that we're looking for a lot of business. We're looking for a business where, of course, we don't know where she would have a relationship, or would it be about her husband? This is Capricorn. This is certainly Capricorn, and I think I've got her husband's where he used to work on the other map. On the other map. Okay, so that's a logistics, a warehouse, trucking. All right. That's a house. That's a house. My God, I've looked at this so many times. This is Goodlettsville. Dickerson Road. Oh, Dickerson Road. Geez. It looks like, what is that? I've already looked at that. Never mind. Thank you, Lady Freedom, for dropping that. Thank you so much. On the short that Smiley posted with the nasty fits, I watched it 3 times this morning, and why does she say she wishes when he wakes up, this is all a dream? So what did you do to him, Katie? Oh, yeah. You think so, Angel, for you, that it was pre-recorded? It makes you wonder. Was it just pre-recorded? Was that a real conversation? Can the law enforcement tell? I mean, you would think so. You think that they have the capability of being able to tell if that was really, if there was nothing altered with it. I don't know. Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. Hey, Kelly. Hey, everybody, for hanging out and joining. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. So we're looking for a business, Kelly. If you're just joining. I'm looking for a business here where Melissa would have a relationship. What? These are going behind here. Behind here. Stonecraft. Stonecraft fabricators. Stonecraft fabricators. Yeah, this is a lot of businesses around here too. Okay, so we first stop at the ones that strip mall where Lens Crafters is, where Shoe Carnival is. We're just gonna keep looking for any more. Mm-mm. Now we're in Greenbrier, Whites Creek Road, New Hope Road. Yeah, I'm thinking that we didn't need to really go far. Now we're in Pleasant View. There's a relationship here. Palmyra, going over the Cumberland again. There's Dover, Tennessee. Now we're going over the Kentucky Lake. Now we're in Kentucky. You see what I'm saying? Like I think that was it. It was that. Um, all right, let me see if she has that Capricorn. Let me see if there's any Capricorn here. The relationship where we've been before in a relationship, 913, possibly in the 9 degree. So the 9 and the 15 are going to hang out together. Uh, God, what is Melissa's husband's name? Shit. What is her husband's name? I don't think I've got it in here as Melissa's husband. There he is, Brian. Let me see if he's got that. That Capricorn. She's got a 15 and a 9. 28. 15 and a 9 and a 28 dark moon. And could be any other, these degrees won't know. He shines in Taurus. He shines. Damn, he's in transit today. Holy shit. There's a breakup with money. There's a breakup. There's a breakup with money today, buddy. Holy shit. There's a breakup with you. Yep. Okay. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So the lunar nodes right now have just come off Melissa. And look at that. Look at that, y'all. Look at that. You see that 448? See the 448? There is a transformation in the 8th house. Things that are hidden with the investigation, other people's money. We're talking about kids. We're talking about astrology. With the 2nd house is our values right here. And yeah, this 448 is a breakup. There's an admetos. Admetos is a 448. So that 448 is about money. It's about pleasure. And he does have a disordered aggression at a 28 degree. The sun could be shining on that, buddy. Happy new moon in Libra. Happy new moon in Libra. Now the moon has gone into Scorpio. We're reflecting about other people's money, things that are hidden with this investigation. We sure are. We sure are. Oh, yeah. Damn, I was talking about this time period. We're about to learn something with Sebastian. That 931 is coming in, learning something. Learn something about that business. He's got the wisdom. That 1614 is found in Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' chart. It's his Vulcan in Sag. It was in transit when he went missing. It was in transit with the dark moon. The dark moon was at a 1614 in Virgo. A lot of disordered aggression. Look at that. Look at that, y'all. What is happening today? What is the news? There's something breaking right now. There's something breaking right now. And I'm not talking about Brian. I'm not talking about him being in transit. There's something. What's the breaking news right now? Is there any breaking news? Something's happening. Neptune is here in the 2nd house. And she is acting as a vernal point, just an Aries point. Something is beginning and ending today. There's going to be an expansion with the state of Tennessee, Saudi Arabia. I mean, Katie's in transit. Look, that 946 with Venus, y'all, in Libra, that 946 goes to her Capricorn, that energy that we're looking at right now. I can't make it up. I can't make it up. It's the energy that we're looking at right now, and he's in transit all day. All day. There is a transformation of health. That 4 degree in Taurus, it's about money. The 4 degree in Taurus, I'm going to map him. You know what? I'm going to be mapping him now. When I get off this live, I'm going to add him into this map. Because if he's married to Melissa, and all of that is going to her, to her house, it's going to his too. It's going to his too. So give me a break, dude. He is in transit all day. Why? Is it with this? Let me find let me find where he was working before. Let me find where he was working. Let me go to the other map. I'm going to put it on this map. Do you only think I see is reporter press creator is calling out, didn't call the White House, didn't calling out the demolition of the White House? Something about the White House? I mean, that's a good, they could have switched for sure to trade vehicles. I mean, they did have the same vehicle. Allegedly, they have the same vehicle, right? It's weird that they would have the same one. Okay, why am I here? Oh, yeah. Grand Army of the Republic. Huh, it just sent me here. Okay. Okay. Let me turn me off. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to dox him or anything, but I do want to show where he was working on the other map. because I think that mm. So he may not work here anymore. Let me look. Hold on. Let's see if this is gonna do any type of angle. 30. Let's see. Okay. Now, on this map, hold on, let me get it back on. Okay, on this map, and this is from the home. Okay, this is from the home. This isn't from Texas Roadhouse. We're about to switch and look at that one. So this is where Terry's Cupid in Libra is coming. So his desires for balance with relationships, with the law enforcement, with contracts. This is where his desires, war, right here over son-in-law's work. Okay. Let's see if anybody else is showing up here. Well, there I am. Let's see. Doesn't look like anybody else is showing up here, but that is no biggie. Let's look at the other one. Okay. Let's go to Texas Roadhouse map. Let's see what this looks like over here. Let me just turn them all on. And of course, I don't have everybody. I don't have as many angles here. Okay. There it is. This is where Sebastian rises. This is where he rises with other people's money. Things are hidden with the investigation. Right over here. So I'm going to add Brian into this. I'm going to add him into it. I think we're definitely going to have to do that because that's where he rises from the Texas Roadhouse. Wow. Going right over his place of business or where he used to work. Maybe he just used to work there. But this area on Industrial has got several addresses. I just haven't put them here yet. I just haven't put them here yet because there's Volunteer Drive, there's New Shackle, and I want you to see something. There's the Hendersonville Strike and Spare. So the Hendersonville Strike and Spare is here. This is where Brian is working. There's Forest Retreat Road. Remember Rockland, when all that stuff was going on with Rockland? JLR was over here. There was a bunch of commotion. They found stuff and um it was just a lot of shit going down in this area. Well, there's Rockland and there's where he used to work or does work. Melissa's husband. Hmm. Force retreat. Let's follow this on up. Do we have any more businesses up here? Well, that's a fancy smancy house right there. Interesting. His would be a 28. So he has a 28 Capricorn, the dark moon. So that's going to be a 28 Capricorn. Where is Sebastian's? Okay, so his Jupiter and Venus in Capricorn. So this is where the dark moon with what's his face with Brian would be. That dark moon is going to be right around here with Brian. Then it's Capricorn. So let's look here for the business from the Texas Roadhouse. If Brian was doing anything nefarious, and I'm not saying that he was. Oh, well, look at there. And there you have it. The dark moon, the disordered aggression would be right here. There's the car wash. There's the BP gas station. Shit. Well, well, well. The Jupiter, the Venus, we're looking at a 28 Capricorn here. This is where this is where the dark moon is going to be. Right there here. I wonder if they pulled anything there. If they know that if she did go this way, this is it. There's land for sale, land for sale. What is that? Hendersonville Christian Academy. Hmm. Hendersonville Christian Academy North Campus is here. And then we have these businesses. We've got the car wash. We got the gas station. And there's a divine justice. So this divine justice with Seth is where he's going to meet up with the TBI. There's going to be a connection here with a relationship and a business. Or Woods. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, from the Texas Roadhouse. Okay, we're just going to keep on going. Hold on. Yep. Okay, so this is where I'm thinking that there could have been a switch up here on Stop 30 Road. Let me just look and make sure. Let's see what this is. Oh, I've looked at this. Okay, this is a little diner, Jake's Diner, Southern Diner, Jake's. Cuba is jealous of our Cuban carry out. Yum, it sounds so good. Okay, so this is where Seth receives leads. He receives information, and there's a divine justice with Australia and Capricorn. That Australia in Capricorn in that seventh house, it's a critical degree, and that connects to the degree in which the TBI has. And as you can see, the TBI's lines are going over this car wash. Going up this way, this is where they meet their midheaven with communications and any type of video. That's the diner. Got some Jeeps. Got a White House. I think Shauna said something about a White House earlier. Pretty sure she did. Okay, so that's just a house. No business. Okay. But look at that. Look at this. This reason why I've got this circled is because this is where they could have met up. There's no cameras that could be seen right through here. It's a gate. It's gated. There's the electrical back here, but you could pull off right here. I don't know. There's something you can definitely keep on going back there in that area. So it's this area that I'm interested in to see if there could have been a swap. Something nefarious happened, then, the rest of the story there. But I've got it as a hot spot, and that's off of Stop 30 Road. Let's look at that from the other map. So we've got the missing Pluto. So the Pluto is here. There's a justice here with mom. I don't know, man. This area right here is giving me the heebie-jeebies for real. The natal outer wheel, the third house of communications is here. Any type of video, any type of networking. Seth receives leads here, like I said, and it brings justice with his connection with the TBI. You know what? The state of Tennessee is showing a lot of pain here with values. And there's a breakup. There's a breakup with Capricorn. This could definitely be Capricorn. This could be that Pluto too, because this could be an Aquarius Capricorn energy with the electrical. I don't like this at all. TBI Astraea in the ninth Capricorn. Mars in the fourth house of Leo. This is about the vehicle, the mom. Well, it looks like I'll be going to Stop 30 Road, right? Missing fifth house, outer wheel in Capricorn. Fifth house, outer wheel in Capricorn. Fifth house is about kids. It's about creativity. It's opposing groups here. It's opposing that 11th house that's ruled by Uranus. And this could be definitely the, damn. Why didn't I see that before? I wasn't even thinking that could definitely be playing a role with that Uranus. The Aquarius, the 11th house. Let's look at this from the other map. Stop 30 Road. What is that? Stop 30 Road. Where are we at? 2247. 2247. Stop 30. Let's look at that. Hold on. Stop 30. I want to check this area out. I think me and Silver's on the scene talked about this area. This would be a good one to stop and, you're gonna transfer. Boy, you ain't gonna get seen on camera right here. Unbelievable, y'all. Let's look at that stop 30 on this one. This would be from his home, which we don't think, right? We're looking at, let's see, what was it? 2247. This is it right here. So this is from his home, We were just looking at the one from the roadhouse, okay? Because if he left from the roadhouse, it's gonna be a lot it's gonna be different, right? It's gonna be different. Let me go get me some water real quick. Hold on just a second, y'all. Hold on. Forgot I put it in the dang put my water in the freezer, so it's frozen, so I'm gonna have to I'm heating up my coffee. I'll go get it in just a second. Okay, so look at this. There's the DA. From the home from the home. The DA's crow this is his Zeus and Virgo. This is where he is magnetized. There's Chris. Bam. His Venus is critical with attention and kids. His Mars is suggestive of changing health fortunes with a lot of action. Suggestive vehicle, body, movement. This angle is significant as Sebastian's Saturn is Chris's Mars degree, meaning Chris slows Sebastian down with law enforcement, relationships, and the law of justice. Wow. Seth is forced to let go here with what he learns with the law enforcement. And there's the missing. God dang. Let me get my coffee. Shit. If I've noticed this before, if I noticed this before, I don't like this at all. Limits and obstacles with authority here about the transformation of health, that 344 that was in transit that oh man. Mm-mm-mm. The missing Saturn in the Pisces. So this could be the Saturn, even though it's not Pisces, there is an angle, there's this opposition because the missing event showed the Saturn and the transformation of health were challenging one another here. And the Saturn could definitely be this area that could be a Saturn. It's a business. This is where, well, god dang. Kathy Bowersox, her Uranus conjunct Zeus and Virgo is here. She gets a little shake up with networking, with astrology. Same degree as Katie's Neptune in Capricorn. Well, Kathy, if your girl did something crazy, or maybe she knows, state of Tennessee is showing up. This is their Mercury in the ninth is about 2 or more. What does that say? And their moon reflects travel in Virgo. What they learn about health from the past is reflected on this angle. You see why when I start building, I'll write notes. That's why. This is why, because you know, you can see that I'm just not making shit up. I mean, this has been here. This is from his home. Let's go ahead and look at the FBI. This angle touches the body of FBI in a hard way. This is opposing kids. It opposes the hospital. It opposes their health, things from the past. The TBI, their Jupiter is here. There's an expansion. Now, I will say that, the neighbor, remember the neighbor, the car residents, there was an alleged rumor where he's like, crying and he says it's bad, it's really bad. Okay, so he has a Jupiter that's a 1 degree in Virgo. Okay. So that means that Jupiter that's a 1 degree in Virgo, that neighbor would be coming down here as well. He would ride this line with the TBI. I think that this needs to be searched for any evidence of Sebastian or any evidence that a car could have come down here almost 2 years ago. God dang. I just wonder, did they pull any videos? Like, do they know? Like, this almost makes me want to call the TBI. They're not going to tell me shit, right? Let's see if Craddock or anybody else is showing up here. Let me pull it back. No, I wanna. There's the natal. So from his home, he meets his midheaven with a lot of energy here. This is what we're learning right now. The 931 is in transit right now. That 931 is in transit. That Ceres in Virgo is a 931 degree. Selena right now is at a 931, I think. Nope, she's coming into it. She's coming into it. And there's a breakup with him. There's some wisdom. There's some wisdom with Sebastian and the 2016, the relationship that's going to shake things up with the TBI. Well, maybe they're going to look at this. Chris's Uranus is getting a little shaky shake. I'm sure it is, Chris. I mean, I'm sure it is. Mm-mm-mm. I don't like this at all. Sarah receives information here that gives her a conscious raising experience with the relationship. That's Seth's sister. Energy with health, public image, agriculture, religion. Well, dog, Dwayne Chapman, he's got a lot of disordered aggression right here, a lot of darkness with the investigation. A lot of darkness with the investigation here. I'm going to have to travel this road when I go to town tomorrow just to see because, I can see that it looks like there's a road that is going back that doesn't stop you. It stops here. Why don't it stop you here? But maybe it does, maybe it does. Maybe there's a gate there. Maybe there's been a gate there and it's just not showing up. But y'all, I think that this is, I think that this is an area that, I don't want to put my old phone up with my new phone, but I'm pretty sure that me and Silver's on the scene talked about this area. We talked about this area. Yep, there's Silver's on the scene right there where he's been before. Flame of life, something that we learn. It's a higher learning, a long travel. This is coming from the home. And there's a conjunction here with Katie's son. how she shines in Virgo. Hmm. And there's Michael Proudfoot. Hold on. Hold up. Michael Proudfoot, his Zeus degree, 342, shows up on Sebastian's 18th birthday with Pluto in Aquarius. Could go to California as that state rises at a 342. Mexico is a 344. These Virgo angles oppose Mars and Pisces. So, okay. Okay. All right. We know that Michael Proudfoot is a truck driver. I personally don't think that Sebastian could be found here. I think that this could have been a meetup place. This could have been a meetup place. I don't know. I mean, I could be totally wrong. Could be totally wrong. So that's from his home. This is from his home, and this is from the roadhouse. So I wonder if Mr. Proudfoot has, what is this? This is a 0. No, this is a 1 Pluto. I mean, 1 Aquarius. This is a 0 Aquarius. So this is a 0 Aquarius. This is 1. So Mr. Proudfoot would have to have a low degree from here. He would have to have a low degree of Aquarius. Hey, Lil Red. Hey, honey. He would have to have, of course, I don't know the a certain day. I could be totally wrong with birthdays and things like that. Uh, this is all speculation, entertainment purposes only. Let's see. So we're looking for a low degree in, well, that's an 8, and that's his work. And look, he's going to be, yeah, he's faded right now. He's faded right now. The 1553, that could definitely be a 1556, 1555. Let's see. Does he have any other 15s? Yeah, he's faded. He's coming into a transitory time where he's faded. So, let's ride this fate with his work. That's a 308 compass bearing. There's the health, where he's been before, all that Aquarius energy. Oh, yeah. And he was definitely faded during the time that Sebastian went missing. It's crazy. It's crazy. He and I connect in that 821. So the 8, okay, he's gonna be riding this line. So this is a 5 Aquarius. So he's gonna be right here. Missing 5th house Venus conjunct Mars in Aquarius. The district attorney also has his Saturn in Aquarius. Huh. Well, so Michael wouldn't be showing up here from the roadhouse. He'd be showing up here, leaving from the home. But that's not what we're looking for. That's not what we're looking for. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. This is a 22 Capricorn, 22, 28 Capricorn. Hell, man. This is what we're gonna do right here. Well, where did that damn circle go? Okay. I don't like this at all, y'all. I'm getting anxiety. Getting anxiety. I hope not. This boy better be okay. It's all I got to say. Better be okay. Let's see. That area right there from the roadhouse. So we're looking at, y'all, this is where the dark moon for Brian is going to go. The disordered aggression, the dark moon is going to go that way. That's where he's going. It's going to be his dark moon, where he reflects, that brings a lot of disordered aggression about businesses, about authority. 154 kilometer. Mm-mm-mm. This is it's not good. If he didn't make it home, and if they have, but see, that doesn't make sense to me, because if the TBI has them communicating on their way home, that's not far. 1.5. Jesus. I really hope not. Mm-mm-mm. Can anybody ask Katie? Can anybody ask Katie what's going on? Are we hot? Are we cold? I mean, does she know? Like, it would be great if just to have some type of information. If she's innocent, let's talk about these places. Let's talk about this mall, this strip mall. She could have went that way from the Texas Roadhouse. She could have went Vietnam Vets and then up New Shackle Island Road, or she could have went Drake's Creek and then took a left. Took a left. But why would she have done that? She could have taken, well, let's look. So here's her home. 5.7 kilometers. Okay. To miles. So that's 3.5 miles. That night, Hendersonville traffic. Hmm. So it could have taken her about 6 minutes, 6 to 9 minutes, I would say. 6 to 9 minutes to get home. And if they had them talking, was it pre-recorded? Could it have been a pre-recorded conversation? They've never let Seth listen to that audio from her car. And it would have been nice for them to do that, to let Seth listen to that recording. So she could have went this way to that, to go up New Shackle Island to be closer to her home. Here's the Drake's Creek way. That's going to be a little bit further, so I don't see her taking that path. I see her coming up New Shackle Island. So she would have either went this way up Drake's Creek. I mean, this way up Drake's Creek, took a left on stop 30, or she went up Drake's Creek, took the loop to Vietnam Vets, got off the next exit, and come up New Shackle Island like that. So we could have met someone here at this little shopping center. There's a lot of, too many businesses, too much, too many cameras. And if she did, then all these cameras are catching her and Sebastian Drive. And surely, surely they looked at all the cameras that they could, right? Surely so. But yeah, there's the gas station right here. There's the gas station. There's the car wash. This is the strip mall right here with Lens Crafters and Shoe Carnival. And we've got a relationship here with Melissa with the business. There's a relationship here with her. We've got, I mean, they would have had to have seen them on camera. Let's say that she's at this red light on stop 30. I think it's a red light now. Yep. There's the BP. That BP camera. See if there's a camera there on stop 30. It looks like it. Unless it's not working. And I think that Chris Proudfit would know if it's working or not. I wonder, New Shackle Island and stop 30. Hold on. Where did I just see that camera? Damn, I just saw it. Let's look from this angle. Okay, there it is. There's cameras right there on stop 30 and New Shackle. So cameras are right there. Did they pull them? Or did they just listen to the audio and go, "Oh, it's a slam dunk. He was in the car. He made it home." Mm. Oh, man. Not good. If they didn't pull that camera, that's not good. Any of these cameras. I mean, shit, any of these cameras to see if that is indeed, okay, you're hearing them, you hear what they're talking about. Okay, but did you check the cameras? You asked for everybody's cameras around that neighborhood, but did you ask for these cameras? They waited too late, allegedly, to ask for the cameras at Warsham's Market at Beach, you know? The camera coop of sorts around the area of Warsham's, is that true? I'm not sure. And this could be that camera. I don't know, y'all. We need to, if you're listening to old videos, a lot of creators are showing the old videos. If y'all hear anything about New Shackle, I know we said something about Long Hollow, but these cameras here on New Shackle, let's see. Let's see if we can just Google it and see if anything pops up. I didn't put new traffic. Oh, okay. So in October 2025, it's in October 2025 right now, road work was being done to complete shoulder repairs and paving on Stop 30 between Drakes Creek and New Shackle Island. The city of Hendersonville is planning more extensive upgrades to the Stop 30 and Drake's intersection, which is the pre-construction phase that's planned, yada, yada. No new cameras reported. While some cities have installed new cameras, such as license plate readers in Hendersonville parks or speed cameras in Memphis, there are no recent reports of new traffic enforcement cameras being installed specifically at the Stop 30 and New Shackle Island intersection. You can view current traffic cameras and find road conditions for the region. Okay. Access road and travel. Camera views. Is that what I'm looking for? Camera views. Maybe. Is that what I'm looking for? Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see. All regions will deign. That's Nashville. Ah, Trinity, Almaville Road. So that's, dang it. I-65. I need to save this bad boy. There's Bell Road, Antioch Pike, Thompson Lane. Yeah, I don't know that they're going to show Hendersonville. Oh, I just see Vietnam vets. Yep, there's Vietnam vets. Old Hickory Boulevard. Oh, wait, there's a bunch of them. Oh, look at that. I-65 southbound Long Hollow Pike, not available. I-65 and 840, not available. Huh. Harpeth River, Rosa Parks. No. So this is Vietnam Vets at Conference. There's Gallatin Pike, 840, Shacklet, Veterans Parkway. No. So let's go back. But that's a good thing to have right there. So it doesn't look like we can see the camera. Veterans Parkway, Tennessee traffic cameras. Nashville, Memphis, Knoxville. So it's going to give major cities, it looks like, in Tennessee. Yeah, that's a no go for us. It's a no go. Shackle Island, Tennessee, traffic cameras. Let's see. Weatherbug. Choose from several local webcam across Shackle Island, Tennessee. Shackle Island, Tennessee. That's probably not even us anyway. Damn. Sorry, I was reading chat. I just want to see if they're working, you know? New Shackle Island. I don't know what else to put in there. What'd y'all say? What did you say? See, type in traffic cam from Hendersonville. There's that one that was going slow. Slow, slow, slow. Weather bug, traffic cam, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Okay, so here we go. So this is Forest Retreat. This is where we had the vigil, veterans, New Shackle. Okay, that's close. That's close, but it's still we don't. So they do have that. They do have one there. Oh shit! What happened? What happened? I guess I exited out. Hold on. Shit. Oh wow, Sasha, I didn't know that. But we're still not. We got Apple Valley, Rivergate Parkway, Vietnam Vets. Mm. So we're not going to have that camera show up here. The Vietnam Vets, New Shackle Island. That's where you would get off. If she took that route, she would get off of Vietnam Vets, take New Shackle Island all the way up to Long Hollow Pike to take a left on Long Hollow Pike. So it looks like this one would be working. Well, I don't know why it's not pulling up anymore. Come on. Oh, camera's not available at this time. Oops. The page you have found is not loading. No, it's not. It's not loading, is it? Oh, God dang it. There it is. So there's a camera there. We know that. Okay, so God dang. It would appear that there is a camera right there. Let's go to the other end of New Shackle right here. There's an intersection on Indian Lake. Let's see. I want to show you. I'm going the opposite direction. Hold on. So there's cameras on this one, it would appear. Hold on. I don't know if that's a camera or not. I don't know. Don't think so. Okay, let's go back. This is the route that she would take if she went straight up Drake's Creek. She would have taken this loop to go Vietnam Vets and take the next exit up. Or, let's see. Vietnam Vets. And Drake's Creek is here. Vietnam Vets and New Shackle is going to be here. I don't see any cameras here. Nope. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Michael. Hold on, I'm about to look at chat. Let me see what this is. Elementary school. Drakes Creek Park. Let's look at that. I want to look at this. All right, just for future so here's the soccer field. You know, we were just looking at another park, right? This is the soccer field. So this is where I go all the time to the soccer field. This is where Michael Proudfoot learned something. Lots of transformation with health is seen here at this park. Let's see. This is Silver's on the scene, by the way. Disordered aggression with Eric Craddock and the way that he shines at this park. Kathy has a lot of transformation with health at this park, and this is coming from his home. Now let's look at the Pig Fest. Where's the Pig Fest going to be? Let's just go ahead and put that on both of the maps. Hendersonville Park and Recreation. I don't know that I've got it on here yet. Let me see if I can find the address to the Pig Fest. Veterans Park. That's right. Veterans Park. So it's at 140 Scotch Street. Won't be having no scotch on that day. Ugh. Yuck. Okay, so that's interesting that okay. Let's put it on both maps. This is the one from his house. Well, well. It's right there where we just were, where we were looking at. Interesting. There's a skate park. There's Vietnam vets. So here's that place. This is from his home. God's will is done here with Katie. This is where she shows up and shows out. She shines. Michael's South Node. Silver's on the scene, not the other Michael. Let me take off the searchers. TBI, this is where God's will is done with TBI. It's fated with their lawful work in regard to long travels and health. Well, Mr. Chris is here. He's got a conjunction. This is where he holds value. And there could be a lot of worrying about children here with publicity. His Venus is critical with attention and kids. His Mars is suggestive of change in health. Fortunes, a lot of action suggests a vehicle, body movement. It's significant. Significant. FBI is also here. This angle touches the FBI's body in a hard way. All right. So that's from his home. And this is going to be from The Texas Roadhouse. Scotch. Well, well. So here's the Roadhouse. Here's the skate park. Here's the Texas Roadhouse skate park. Here's where we're gonna have the Pig Fest. I wonder whose address is right there. Hold on. Let me look at that. Hold on. Let me see whose address that is. Okay, it's an RV inspection and repair service. Okay, so this is where you can get your let me show you. This is not a big deal to show, I don't think. Sebastian from the Texas Roadhouse. This is where in RVs get worked on here. There's the Pig Fest. Ah, South Node. We've been here before. We've been here before. Seth, 10th house Eris and Aries, trines Neptune and Sag. The things that he doesn't see that he'll have to dissolve. With his public image and all the warring is right here. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. State of Tennessee is showing up here with their values about children. And there is definitely a divine justice here with Australia. This is the first house of the state of Tennessee. It's where they meet their North Node. There's a fate here. Could have to do with judges, courts. Ah, the TBI. It's where I meet the TBI. The TBI is here with their, oh my goodness, their eighth house, the people's money, things that are hidden with this investigation, with the courts, with the long travels. Uh-huh. Now, Katie isn't shining from here. From her home, she is shining, but from the Texas Roadhouse, we have a lot of problems. A lot of problems with things that she learns. What's this showing up in the back? See if I can see it in the back. I can't see. Almost looks like a playground or something back there. I think that this is like a playground. All of her problems are here. It looks like a playground. State of Tennessee is rising here. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. And damn if the missing doesn't come here too. During the missing event, the lowest point at home, the lowest point at home is coming here with communications with two or more people. Now I'm getting kind of weirded out with that because this is veterans, right? This is veterans. Hate that it's so just gross. I thought this was a school. Hold on. Okay, so 140 is going to be right here. Why does that looks like a school? This is a school. We've looked at this. Hold on. No. Is it? Hold on. This is an elementary school. Hold up. Well, that's 136. Okay. The hell is going on here? Presented by Dude Wipes. Okay, let's 144. Not 140, 144. Is it right here? At this park? At this park? What the hell? Okay, hold on. Okay, there's the elementary school, and there it is. Okay, so there's the elementary school. That makes no sense. There's nothing there. Well, damn, there it is. So that's it. Okay, interesting. So all of that. Okay. So Chris, Katie, it's what we were just going over. God dang, man. Shit, from the Texas Roadhouse. So all Chris and Katie, all these lines that they were writing, we stop here first before we go to the strip mall. So we stop here first. The DA reflects here. Seth descends with relationships going this way from the Texas Roadhouse. Chris gets a little shaky shake. State of Tennessee's values. The missing is definitely here. There was a lot of energy going this way when they left. And who is a part of this thing? There's the Hendersonville Greenway. Interesting. Okay. So that's it. That's where the pig fest is gonna be. Now let me look at this on so it's actually gonna be here from the house. This is the map from the house now. I'm on the map from the house from when he went missing. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Thanks for, you guys hanging out. I'm sorry I'm not looking at chat. I'm just looking at this map. And of course, I've been on here for hours. Um, dang, man. So Sebastian has a lot of transformation with publicity, and it's faded with Venus and Capricorn. And this Capricorn energy is going to be going. We've already looked at it, actually. We've already looked at that Capricorn. Let me show you how this is from Sebastian's home. The Capricorn is going that way. I mean, I'm sorry. It's going this way. Okay. Lord, y'all. Okay, so from the Roadhouse, we've got all of this. We got the DA, we got Seth, we got the missing Fourth House of Home series. There's a lot of energy going here, a lot of desires. And the series is more about a church. For me, it would be more about a church, or it's pastoral, if you will. It's this park. Mm, I've definitely been here. Mm-mm-mm. That's the school. Let's look. Okay, let's come back to this one from the home. From the home. Homeland Security. Sebastian rises and descends with the 2656. All that conspiracy is here with the transformation of Homeland. This is from the house. This is where Michael Proudfoot shines, and he also gets there's actually a challenge here with him shining with groups that have to do with children. I wonder if she ever took Sebastian here. They did it last year, right? I think if they've been doing it for a few years, I don't know the Proudfoots per se, but interesting. All of his values are here. Hmm. Are any of the lines in Gallatin? Of course, yeah. They're definitely going to Gallatin too. I mean, it's a matter of what are they saying, you know? It's really that. It's a matter of what are they saying to us? This is from the home, but it makes much more sense. I don't know about y'all. It makes more sense with it coming from the Roadhouse. With this coming from the Roadhouse, it makes a lot more sense. There's a relationship here with Melissa. There's a breakup. There's a breakup with a wake-up call about money, values, things that we own, things that Katie hides here that is opposing the that's opposing the Cancer Chiron, the Cancer Chiron. What is this business again? I know that I've looked at it, but let me look at it again. Tennessee Orthopedic Tennessee Orthopedic Alliance, Ortho. What is that? That's a law firm, Rocky Law Firm, Orthopedic Alliance. Okay. Wonder if Sebastian's ever been here before. Okay, so we could be looking for a home. It's Vietnam Vets. Let me turn on my address. Okay, addresses are here. Shoots Lane. Shoot Lane. Cages Bend. Okay, so now we're getting out to Gallatin. Now we're getting out to Gallatin. Oh, this is a campground. This is Camp Parnell Road. Camp Parnell. Boxwell Reservation. Jay Wood earlier was saying something about a reservation. This is Boxwell Reservation. We've got a camp. There's a training center here, Training Center Lane. The Cub Scouts, Cub World. Craig Activity Field. This is in Lebanon. I want to say that this, no. No, let me see. Where's this at? Yeah, this is in Lebanon, Tennessee. So this is in Lebanon. It's not actually Gallatin. We're in Lebanon now on Highway 109. You can get to Gallatin from 109. There's Southwater Airport Drive. So this way is going into Lebanon, and then this way is going up into Gallatin. You see that right there? There's the sheriff's office. But if you go down on Southwater on 109, you'll cross over the bridge. Let me show you this bridge on 109. It's big, and when I was growing up, listen at me, I sound like the old heads. When I was growing up, this hadn't been built yet, but they connected with 109. That's when, so there's Cherokee. There's a very fine ass, nice restaurant. The Cherokee. Oh my God. I haven't been here in years. I took my kids here, my parents. Oh God. We had a memorable, always memorable, but there's a dock here. Cherokee Steakhouse is here. It's really good, but that's where we have a missing. I know that this is a really good restaurant. It's very, anybody that's familiar with Gallatin, Hendersonville, you know what I'm talking about. Cherokee Steakhouse, yummy, yummy. 109 takes you from Gallatin into Lebanon. So missing Pluto and Aquarius is faded with Australia and Cancer. That's Apple Valley, Kelly Drive. Let's see what this is. See what this is. Oh, thank you so much, Lil Red. I mean, at least you're listening, right? Listen to me yak away, yak, yak, yak. Oh, okay. Can't remember what this place is called. What that is. I don't remember if it's a wedding chapel or what it is. Okay. So if we keep on going down 109, let's see if we can get to that area. 109. So you would take Creighton Lane right there to go. Well, there's the DA. Let's just look on his lawn. Fancy houses. Fancy smancy. Woods Ferry Road. Let's go ahead and look at that one back there. Yeah, it's just houses right there. But it's right here. State of Tennessee is houses again. The Training Center Road. That's it right there. There's a camp. There's campgrounds. That's what it's gonna say. Huh. Crossing over the Cumberland. I wanna see where her line goes. See if I've got any addresses out here. Well, I've got one by the Tennessee. That's in Knoxville. Ooh, let me tell you who that is. Hold on. This is from the Roadhouse, remember? Okay, so this is the TBI. That's the TBI. Oh, shit. That's the TBI in Knoxville. And again, this is from the Texas Roadhouse. We can see that the DA is down here, south of the New Hopewell, Knoxville. Seth Rice is here. And there is a justice with home. I like this. There is a justice with home here. Cherokee Hills, Sevierville. So we're getting into like Gatlinburg, like Sevierville. Well, maybe not Gatlinburg, but this is the Knoxville area. Cherokee Hills, Pittman, Center Road, Little Pigeons River. There's Mount Zion. Okay. And then this is going to take us into the Carolinas. Into North Carolina. If I'm looking for a missing child, I want to look at the mom. I want to see where she shares pain with people. She shares pain with people here. This is from the Roadhouse. Seth. Seth shares pain here. It affects his health. This is a breakup. And that's what we see, right? That's what we see. I want to explain this to you because Seth is sharing pain with groups. Those groups are us. Those groups are us. And there's a breakup with Katie and him with how he shares pain. And then there's Chris. There's also a breakup with Chris about the way that Seth shares pain with groups. But there is a good standing. There's a trine with Pallas in Capricorn. So we're going back to Capricorn. We're going to his Pallas in Capricorn. We're going to her Neptune in Capricorn about the way that he shares pain. So that means that means that if we want to look on that angle, we're going here. We're going back here, right? So Seth is sharing pain here. She has an angle that's in a good standing with the breakup. Chris has a good standing with the breakup. And that's what we're looking at right through here. From the Texas Roadhouse. But first, we're going here to the Pig Fest. God dang. Shit. Wow. And that breakup with the investigation. Okay, so if we look at this from a standpoint, let's take the Pig Fest out of it. We know Sebastian's not going to be there. We're not going to find him there. The whole purpose of the map is to try to understand where we can find the missing. If we take a look at the district attorney, this is where he's gonna reflect. Mhm. That's where he's gonna reflect, but that angle that he is reflecting, let's see. Let me get the missing up here. The Pluto is in Virgo, so the Pluto in your chart, it's not about just death and rebirth and, other people's money. It's also about the leadership. Pluto wants to take the lead. Pluto is a leader. It's the leader of the collective pack. And that's what we see. We see that there is a reflection here with the DA, with the district attorney, and it's going this way. That angle is going south. And this is exactly where Seth, let me pull up him. Well, shit, I don't have him on here. Hold on. I don't have his moon on here. Yeah, not yet. So what we're seeing here, let me put the natal. Yeah, okay. So you're going to see that there's a Saturn here. Saturn is slowing things down. There's a business, there is authority with the DA. The moon is going this way when he goes missing, the moon is going this way. The leadership with the DA is going this way. Series that is at that 931 right now in Virgo is going that way. We could be looking at a church, lots of energy, agriculture. There's a relationship here, and it's going here. It's going to this location first at the hotel, the Fairfield Inn. It's going this way first. But this is where not only does Sebastian have his Saturn going this way, so is Seth. His Saturn is going this way. The moon was going over both of their Saturns at the same time when Sebastian goes missing, which is very interesting. State of Tennessee, they shine here. They show up and show out. So we've got the Fairfield Inn, Starbucks, Family Dental. There's a little strip mall right there. Okay. Dental place. Urgent care. So I'm looking at the urgent care right there. So this is the urgent care. There's Indian Lake, Saundersville. And this is going to tell the story from, here on out. So any vigils that are going to be taking place, anything else is going to be taking place, this is the railroad tracks. What is this? This is Walmart? Lowe's? Okay, so this is Lowe's, it looks like. No, Lowe's don't have an auto center. This is Walmart. Okay, so this is Walmart. Hmm. It's like right here. Oh, that's urgent vet. Well, god dang. Vanderbilt Ice Institute. Oh, shoot. Hold on. No. Okay, so this is not the back. Hold on. Hold up. So this is Fairfield. Let me look at the Fairfield Inn from the other map. There we go. So this is from his home. This would be from his home, and look, I mean, there's the Pig Fest. There's Fairfield Inn. Okay. So just from his home. Action with Kids is where TBI meets their North Node, goes over the Texas Roadhouse, but guess what? It also goes over the Fairfield Inn. Katie's been here before. She's been southwest before, going northeast, okay, where she's moving toward innovation and spirit of truth. So Katie's south node here in Leo. The TBI meets their north node in Leo, conjunct Mars. Mars in the fourth house of home. That Mars is going to talk about a vehicle, and that's from his home, from Sebastian's home. Secret Service. Mars in Leo. First trines Jupiter in the fifth house of Sag. In the fifth house of Sag. Okay, hold on. Ah, dang it. I know where that's gonna go. It's gonna go toward Memphis. I mean, we know that. Seth's third house outer wheel in Leo. It's about the communications. What Seth learns on this angle is court worthy. Say it's court worthy. Hold on. That's not it. I thought this was it. Holy shit. What is this? Oh, hold up. Fairfield Inn Marriott. This is not the Fairfield Inn, guys. God dang. My gosh. No. That's Jonathan's. Texas Roadhouse. Okay. Okay, now we're cooking with gas. So the Fairfield Inn isn't here. It's here. So this is from Sebastian's home. Let me change it on the other one. That is not the Fairfield Inn. That's not the Fairfield. This one's going to be. It's right here. God dang. Look at that. Okay. Huh. Y'all, I'm so sorry. Fairfield Inn. There it is. I was thinking that was the Fairfield Inn. My apologies. My apologies. All right. We've been here before. Vesta degree is same as California, which the dark moon is in good standing. Okay. That dark moon he has is what I'm talking about. That natal dark moon. There's the state of Tennessee. This is where they reach their north node. But this goes all the way to Memphis. This is where Sebastian shines. The way Sebastian shines with long travels is in good standing with where he has been before. Where he's been before. That's the Mars. That's the Vulcan. That's all of this. Okay. And this is where all of Katie's problems are. Things that she learns about the health, the long travels. We see a truck here. Huh. State of Tennessee rises. Yeah. So this angle, okay, so let's regroup. This angle that goes all the way to Chris's work or in Memphis, where Chris is going, that's going to follow 40, I-40. This is also the angle that we were talking about. It squares and challenges his siblings, his sister, his communications, childhood friends, the way he, I mean, this is a very challenging for Melissa and Chris because this is going up to her home. That angle is going to her home. Now the TBI is also there. Let's look. The TBI is also here. Shit, I meet them here. Well, I guess I do. I meet y'all here. I beat ya. Oh, shoot. I meet them here. It's their second house. An eighth house outer will. So it's about other people's money, things that are hidden with the investigation and with the district attorney. So this could be there could be something here. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea if anybody that they know was staying there at the Fairfield Inn. Have no idea. So we got the Fairfield Inn. Was that Sam's? Sam's Whole Club. We got Sam's. We got the Fairfield Inn. Then I see Jonathan's right there. There's my little man. The thing is if somebody was staying at the Fairfield Inn and it had anything to do with something at the Texas Roadhouse, God, you would think that the law enforcement wouldn't just want video from the Texas Roadhouse, but they would also want, let's see. Hotels near Texas Roadhouse. Oh, we got Airbnbs too. Okay. Right? Hampton Inn and Suites. Hampton Inn. Look at this one, Hampton Inn. Hendersonville. I want Hendersonville. Let's look. Keeping with this, let's see. So here's the Hampton Inn. Let me see what this is. Training, fitness. Ah, okay. We got some fitness going on up in here. Okay, so here's the okay. It's not as well, shit, I don't have everything turned on. Well, I was gonna be like, it's not as prominent. So there's the Hampton. All right, so we've got Fairfield Inn, we got the Hampton. There again is a major transformation of health during the missing event. But the low point is going here. Mm, SF shines here, but it squares communications with a vehicle. That's the problem with SF. His sun in Virgo is squared by how he communicates about a vehicle and two or more. There's that series. Lots of energy here. This has got more action over here. This has got more action with this. So I don't know. Okay. So we've got the Hyatt Place. Hyatt. I mean, just to, make sure. Okay, here's the Hyatt. It's near Anderson Lane. If Kylie is still in here, she may be interested in this. What am I looking at? I'm looking at Sebastian Rogers' map. We're missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. So we don't have a whole lot on this one. There's the Anderson Lane. There's see what this is. Dental. Got a little dental place. Second house. Capricorn. Okay. Dental. Tennessee gets a conscious raising experience with a relationship. Missing values. No, not I'm not really feeling that one. Okay, so we got the Fairfield Inn. So we've got them. Other nearby is Holiday Inn Express. Holiday Inn Express. Hmm. Oh shoot, that's Nashville. That's downtown Nashville. And look at that. Oh, same degree as this Pisces Selena in Pisces, fourth house of home teacher. Well, god dang. What? It going right over that, isn't it? I didn't mean to choose Nashville on Broadway. This is Broadway. Whoa. Well, let's try again for the Holiday Inn Express in Hendersonville. Since that matched so good, I'm just definitely going to leave it there. So we have a few, it looks like. So we got this one. We got, oh, that's North Carolina. That's North Carolina. Hmm. This is the one we want. Okay, so this is the one. This is the Holiday Inn Express in Hendersonville. Uh-oh. Rose. We're right here by stop 30. Hmm. So this is the Tennessee. Let me see. Which one is it? This is an intense experience about what's hidden at home. And this, y'all, let me see if it's still in transit. It just came out of transit. The state of Tennessee has their Mars as a 2509 in Cancer. We were just here. Hmm. We were just here. I'm just looking to see what all's around here. '11th house, how we bringing money? Bluegrass Drive. Get shaken up. This is an intense experience. There's an intensity here with Sebastian. Wonder what this is. YMCA. Well, there you go. Sumner County YMCA. There's an intense experience here. At the Y, you're confused. Someone needs to explain to me what this means. Evidently, you haven't joined my live before. Are you like calculating stars on military bases? No. No, I'm looking at hotels right now, not looking at military bases right now. I mean, we could. We could look at it. This is what this is called. This is a clock. This is a clock. And Mars is in Scorpio. And if we look at Mars and we take the aspect, that this aspect, these trines, these conjunctions, these squares, those are geometric angles. Those angles can be placed on the earth, on the ground, and they can show you behavior of you, your mama, your daddy, everybody, whether they're alive or not. And it'll show you behavior. And so it's just another way to investigate that nobody investigates with. So it's an innovative way to learn. And if you haven't been in my lives before, then you probably are confused. Even if you've been in my lives before, you still could be confused because this is okay. Let's look at that. The FBI. I'm still wondering about this physician that is where is his where's that physician? That physician that lives here, it just makes me wonder. And if I could tell y'all his name without like being you know, oh man. Oh, yeah, I talked about the army. We are Sebastian's army. There's nothing about a green team. We're not about I'm not about a green team. I'm a part of an army that is much bigger than me, and that's what the thumbnail's about. Thank you for that, for clarifying, Paige. I mean, this is a oh my god. If y'all just really knew the different ways we can investigate, it'd blow your mind. I think it would really blow your mind to see. And when Sebastian is found, it's gonna really blow your mind. The way that the DA gets shaken up with this physician, with their friend, um, let me see if I can show you the friend's chart without actually showing you the chart. Let me do that. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Let me do that. We're gonna look at this physician's wife, who is friends with Katie, without showing her. Hold on. Let's see. Let's just see. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna get it on here without see. Katie's friend. That's what I'm gonna put her under. Katie's friend. Now, Katie's friend will know that it's her by seeing her birthday, but I ain't doxing her. So that's what's important for me. Let me go ahead and let's duel this out, because this is kind of, if we're leaving from the Texas Roadhouse, I want to look at her a little bit closer, but like I said, I'm not trying to dox her. She may have nothing to do at all with this, her or her husband. Her husband, like I said, is a physician. They're buddy buddies. So let me look at her. Let me look at her real quick. So Katie's friend is on the left. This is her chart. Don't know what time she's born. Not even completely sure that she would have been born on March 29th, 1997. No, that seems a little too young. Surely not. She's no, 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 no. No way. Let me look at the physician. Hold on. No way that girl's born in 97. No way. No, no, there's no way. Mm-mm. This is somebody else. This is somebody else. Shoot. No, hold on. Let me pull up her husband then, the physician. Hold on. There's no way she was born that early. No way. Let me pull up him. And again, I'm just going to put Katie's friend. I'll just put the doctor. Okay. This is more like it. Okay. So the doctor is going to be on the left as I duel this out. Huh. And what I want to do right now is I just want to show you guys that there's a reason why we're looking at his chart. It's because we're looking at his home and the TBI. I mean, there's the DA is going over it. So this is the home that I'm talking about. Shit. A possible home. I don't know if this is where they still live, but this Fountain Brook, this is where the FBI is descending with relationships and the DA is getting shaken up. A little shaky shake right there. So that's over the friend's home. And it's very possible that this Mercury in Leo, instead of it being a 1559, it's very possible that the lunar nodes of fate with the relationships here about children is going to this doctor. And now this 931 with Selena in Leo is going over Sebastian. So we're making contact. They don't have to be in the same sign. We're just making contact. There's an expression that's taking place right now. And yeah, there is the TBI is definitely in transit right now with the higher learning, investigation, things that are, yeah, the TBI is definitely in transit right now. And so is, we can't forget, so is the Melissa's husband, Brian. There's a transformation all day with you, buddy. All day. No matter what time you're born, you got a lot of transformation with health, with relationships, with kids. Mm. I wonder if he's talked to the TBI. I wonder if this physician has talked to the TBI. I would say so. I would hope so, but you just never know. That degree. So if it's going over his home, that is a Leo. No, that's an Aries. That's a 24 Aries. He's got a 1619 Aries. So that's coming. So this would be coming. Five 14, 510. There's going to be a breakup with communications. It's coming for him. There's this breakup that's coming with all of his problems. So that 510, okay, let's look. Let's see what shows up for Sebastian when that hits him. Because it'll be a 24-hour transit with him. It's about communications, it's about two people. And I don't think he has anything to do with it, but god dang, I don't know. I'm just looking. I'm following what the map is showing. So, as it shows, I'm just like, what? So what I'm trying to do, there it is. Okay, so let's get the hour. Let's get the exact hour so we can see if Sebastian is showing up with this communications, this breakup with two people. All right, here we go. Here we go. We're gonna look at this with Sebastian. I can already tell that it is. There's mm-mm-mm. This is the end of October, October 27th. This is Monday. And like I said, this is a friend of Chris and Katie. And if I told you the name, you would know who I'm talking about. It's not Lori. It's not her. This is somebody else. And her husband is a doctor. He's a physician. And he has a practice in Hendersonville. I'm skeptical just because of the DA and the FBI descending with relationships, and that dissension is also going toward, okay, here we go. Here we go. Now, this is at the exact moment. So before I look at him, I'm just gonna, before I duel it out with him, I already know that he's got this breakup. This friend, this physician, there's a breakup. with all of these problems. He's got problems. And look, there is a lot to see here. This is at 6:48 p.m. Monday evening, and there is a lot to see. Okay. All right. Mm, there's a lot to see here. Let me show you. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to play the numbers game. This is all we're doing with Sebastian's chart. So we're going to look at Sebastian. And as soon as this dude, as soon as this doctor, all right, as soon, who is this doctor person? I'm not going to dox him. They're friends of Chris and Katie. They'll know who I'm talking about if they listen. But there is, let me pull out my pen here. You see this 428 series in the 11th house of groups? There's a lot of energy going here with that 428. And that 428 in Aries is a lot of energy that is going to be warring with Sebastian's moon. It's the same degree, 428. 428. Guess who else has the 428? I'm just going to say it's not a person that I'm talking about. It's Canada. There's going to be a lot of energy going with Canada here. So I'll definitely want to watch this day with Canada because why? Well, because there's a lot of energy going with the moon, this independence. He's independent from his mother. She's independent from him. That's what this fourth house of home, moon, we're reflecting with a lot of energy here on Monday evening. I don't want to, it's not going to be, I will be interested in knowing if there is any type of connection here with Canada. Okay. Because Canada has that degree. It's their Chiron. This moon, the data, okay, just the data. I'm telling you that it's independence. I know that there's an independence here. You have an emotional need for action and independence. Under stress, you will seek a challenge and time on your own away from other people. You may have experienced your mother as independent, possibly impatient. Okay. So we definitely see that that's in transit as this man comes into a breakup with all these problems with these communications with two or more people. Don't know who the two people are. I would guess it's Chris and Katie, but I don't know. Could be somebody else, right? The other thing that I see is that um, Palace at an 808, Palace in the 10th house of Aquarius, this 808 goes to the United States at a federal level, but it's also showing up that there is going to be an investigation with groups and there is an opposition with the way that Sebastian meets his mark. This 808 with Palace is about his siblings, it's about communications, it's about groups, it's about networking, and this is Monday night. And it's going to oppose him in his long travels, school, courts, higher learning, things of that nature. Let's see what else we can tell. And it's just making contact, you know. Juno is going to be making contact with this 810. There's a relationship. Could be about the courts, the DA, that 28, 27. Keep seeing that. 24. I mean, there's going to be so much. Okay, so Mars and Mercury on the 27th are going to be Mercury's already here. Mars is in the back, the car is in the back, the vehicle, there's something in the back. What is that? The sun is going to be shining on Seth's 5th house of kids. his values with the government. I can see that with Seth right here, this sixth house of health. It's about Seth's values. It's 1542 though. God dang, man. This 1542 is that's the sun degree. There's a weight. Mm-mm-mm. Jupiter is about to come here. Jupiter is on its way. There's going to be a big old emotional explosion. And that's going to be with us, we the people. Is that 2559? There's limits and obstacles. I don't know if that's with the FBI or the TBI. 2559 TBI. Oh my gosh. TBI. TBI. Nope, it's gonna be with the is that with the FBI? So it could be with the FBI. This is gonna start acting up because I transferred all my files to this computer. Let's see. Yeah, it's gonna be with the FBI. That's October 27th. It's this 2556. So this Saturn is coming down into a degree that's it's not gonna hit them right on, you know, the same sign, but it's still gonna be this is what the courts, foreign travels, foreigners. What is going on? Like, sometimes I wonder, is the FBI, do they have a relationship? Like, what is happening? Something begins and ends. Hold on, I'm thinking about something. Hold on. Where is that? What did I say? Oh God, what is that? 751. I know that degree. I was just studying it. Hmm. 751. Information of who? Hold on. I was looking at no. Who the hell was that? I gotta look at so that's gonna be with Canada. Let me look at Canada. This is crazy that this is showing up with Sebastian and that dude at the same time. Let me look at Canada. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Where you at, Canada? October 27th. Because there's going to be a lot of energy. And this 428 is also going to California. Hmm. But this wisdom, the wisdom is going to oppose Canada. What's going to happen on the 28th? I mean, obviously, we've got kids missing, right? We've got the two siblings that are missing in Canada. But this, that 428 definitely goes to Their Chiron, there's a connection there. It's not in the same sign, but it's definitely a connection. And their it's about Canada's public image with kids. Daniel Martel has that 1454 in his chart. He's obviously connected to Canada with the kids, with the way that we would bring in money or with friend groups, with groups, that would be us. Daniel also, it's about kids and the networking, the future or the groups, gang could be with definitely could be with the reservation or the reserve, whatever you call it out there. There's definitely things going to be going down in Canada, but I just don't know. It could have something to do with the kids missing, but it could also have something to do with Sebastian because he's showing up. The third house of communications at home, the 11th house of groups, that's us. All the while, this physician is in transit. The lunar nodes are at a 1536. Lunar nodes are going to be coming down to their Saturn. Not in the same sign, but like I said. Hmm. Can I do anything with the Pigfest and Sebastian? Oh, are you meaning like the transits? What it looks like with that event taking place? Maybe that's what you mean. So the event starts on the 24th. There is a dinner on the 24th. And it begins at 5 p.m. The dinner and auction. And so this is when we're going to begin. Let's see. Definitely see me here. But this is this fourth house of home, all the weight. Because Sebastian can't shine, can he? He's not able to shine. He's not able to show up and show out and just shine. In Sag, he's just not able to do that because there's a weight. All these problems at home, because Cancer is about home, it's about loyalty, it's about the moon, the mother, and he's weighted down. He can't be here, right? So that's definitely in transit. And by 7 o'clock, maybe, let's see, that 456 is going to make contact with him. Let's see, it'll start at by 9 o'clock. The public image. Hmm, there's a lot of energy, lots and lots of energy going toward Sebastian's midheaven, his IC. This degree, this 456 was in transit with Mercury when he went missing. It's no, I mean, bless it. He sure was. That 748 is showing up twice. I would say that that is Katie. Katie's Saturn degree, limits and obstacles. The moon is definitely opposing Sebastian. It's opposing his relationships with two or more. It's opposing his communications with siblings, with childhood friends. The moon is going to be reflecting Ohio at a 1042. It's coming into the 1050. And that's when the moon comes to that 1050. That's when it's going to oppose him with communications. And that degree actually goes to Ohio. Let's go ahead and see. This is when exactly it's going to oppose him. With things that are hidden, with the investigation. Right there. We're reflecting with Ohio here. $13.56. So we're reflecting with Ohio. There's a relationship here giving us a conscious raising experience, but now the wisdom, let me just say that this wisdom is, it goes to the lunar nodes of Mississippi. The wisdom. Parks. This Libra energy is about park. Mississippi. This 2234, that's the United States. It's Mars is going to sit on the United States. It's not gonna, this isn't a good period of time for the United States at all. Things of the past. The investigations with things that are hidden. But the wisdom is definitely in Mississippi. There's other countries and states that have this, but the one that I'm thinking of with this case would definitely be Mississippi. Because that's where he was, is in Mississippi, right? So he would have the wisdom. But this Libra energy is making me feel like a park. We're at the park, right? Hmm. Anyway, I'm gonna jump off here. Been on here forever. Um, thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. I know that this is different. Some of you have never even seen this before. But I do appreciate you hanging out and looking at this map because you know we're bouncing back and forth between two maps, trying to figure out which one is best suited to find Sebastian. And of course, the DA going right over that beach market. He's got a lot of pain going here, and I can see why. I can see why. But anyway, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm going to end this stream with Sebastian's anthem. We are Sebastian's army. I am Sebastian's army. I'm definitely not a green team. So just get it right. You know, the Sebastian's army is not the green team. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, Kimberly. Yes, thank you so much. I'm going to check in with her right now. Daddy being sick just hurts my heart. All right. Y'all have a good one. Until next time, guys. Peace out.
Clean like your soul, won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth, day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey. it lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up.